certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I get you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's the Ramanisha? Where's the Ramanisha? Oh, now here, where's the my dear? It's
Sama tọpẹ.
Iṣẹ́.
Gogo so gogo loko same. Ogo so gogo hallelujah.
Sama tọpẹ.
Iṣẹ́.
Ìgbàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́.
Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
Ìgbàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́.
Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ gbèdé jẹun. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ gbèdé sábà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Iṣẹ́ papa.
Look, Caliban, why you know, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lo nete dirwe asewa ma. Awe huwe ni ne. Ejo wuhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri akwa wa yoda.
Iṣẹ́.
Ba ko ba. Ojo wuhi. Kájẹ́lé nẹ́nà ya jẹ́wò yìí wọ́n rí gbé àjẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we will be taking a ride down to Anambra State. Yes, to go look at what they have for us as far as heritage is concerned. Yes, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Now, today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride to Anambra State to go look at the masquerade dance. Yes, Ekulobia masquerade dance. So wherever you are, take a ride along with us as we see everything, yes, everything that actually happened during the masquerade festival. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. Chuku Ewulobia masquerade dance is a traditional, cultural and spiritual masquerade dance that's displaying native masquerade dance. Ewulobia is located in Agwata local government area of Anambra State of Nigeria. It serves as the headquarters of Agwata local government area and a major commercial city in the region. The town is composed of 9 villages. The masquerade dance is revered and cultural icon with specific iterations, such as that of the Nkono village, performing annually to celebrate the heritage of the people.
Hey! Oh, what? Hey! Oh, I drove ya. Why up? Why up? Hey! Oh, what? Oh, man.
Chuku masquerade originated from the Indigwe Mao traditions of the Igbo people, representing an embodiment of ancestral spirits. Achukwu masquerade serves as a symbol of cultural identity, unity, and festive celebration for the people of Ukwolobia.
The masquerades is characterized by elaborate costumes
and vibrant displays. They are full of energy, and the dances' methods are quick, fast, as they display their spiritual nature to the delight of the people, forming parts of the rich cultural heritage of Anambra State. The masquerades dance in circles that made it unique with their colorful display. People love watching them as they create fun and entertainment in the community. you. All right, it sure has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Anambra State. I know you enjoyed watching the acrobatic display of this masquerades, yes, and of course, wonderful tunes, wonderful music, talking about the instruments, talking about the dance movement, and sure, not leaving out the atmosphere. It's all about culture, it's all about tradition. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Good morning, Nigeria, and welcome to This Morning on ITV, on the ITV network, where, of course, we get to discuss the salient issues that are shaping our political and social landscape here in Nigeria. I'm Chukwufumnanya Digwe, and just to let you know, we do this across 3 network centers: Benin here, Lagos, and Abuja. I'm here in our Benin Network Center, and I have with me Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. A wonderful morning to you, Dr. Sonny Duke.
Good morning, Chukwufumnanya. It's always a delight to be with you on the show, TMI, on the ITV network. I mean, we raise the curtains on the show from our Benin Network studio every Monday, and then, of course, connect with our colleagues from the other network studios in Abuja and of our International Women's Day. I'm really interested in the theme for this year's celebration.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
It says, give to gain, which is just the general thing in our lives. I mean, we men, we always give women, we always give women.
I don't think that is the perspective that it's framed
I was expecting that with this theme, which is
okay,
give to gain, we are telling women to also cultivate the culture to give.
But I believe that celebrating International Women's Day actually just goes to spotlight the contributions of women to society. It shows what we give, you know, out to society, and hopefully we can gain that back from the same society in terms of representation and equality.
I agree with you absolutely. You know, every year that's the general objective, right? To spotlight.
But on the flip side,
you know, the general objective of the International Women's Day, IWD, is to look at what women are doing and how we can, you know, support that more, right? So they can make more impact. And then most importantly, I think the most dominant issue in the space for women politically has been the reserved seats for women bill. And one woman who has been frontal in engaging in that issue is the APC National Woman Leader, Dr. Mary Alile-Dele. She'll be very frontal alongside the wife of Mr. President. And I hope that bill says through ultimately, so we can have more women representation. And I know definitely it will spur them to do more. It will give them that political space to contribute more to the society. But with the theme for this year, I want to see more women give to give.
I hope we don't get to give until we are depleted, because if you ask me, we do give a lot already. And just so we do not leave them out of this conversation, because they have a lot to contribute, from our Abuja Network Center, Joseph Kadiri is standing by to join the conversation. Good morning, Joseph. How's it in Abuja this morning?
Well, a very good morning to you, Dr. Duke, and of course, Chukwufumnanya and our colleague. She's looking so bright in Lagos with that, what do you call that color of hair now? Blonde? All right, that looks very beautiful on you. Okay, talking about the IWD, the International Women's Day, the atmosphere is still very fresh with that celebration. And of course, when you look at it, you want to take a dimension to IWD. You again have to localize it to how women are seen in your community, in your society, if possible, in your village. How do men see women? But of course, when you look at the whole gamut of how women are seen, you want to turn it into the obstacle they face, the barriers, of course, that come with it. You want to look at the discriminatory laws against women, and of course, you want to look at the representation, you know, in government. Like Sonny Duke said, the issue of women bill is still hanging there. That, if you ask some expert, they will tell you it will never come to limelight, because the same way women compete for some academic exercise, like taking JAM, meeting cutoff points, getting admission, the same way they contest with their male counterparts, the same way that politics works. You have to get a form, you have to make yourself known and relevant, you have to cajole the people, you have to, even before you aspire to represent them, you must be someone who has taken care of their bills in one way or the other. So what the men can do, women can do better. So that bill, for some people, leave it, women go contest the way the male counterparts are contesting. But when it comes to the issue of discriminatory law, it is really endless. In some communities, when a woman lost her husband, the woman is meant to take some terrible oaths before some deadly oracle, so to speak. But when a man lost his wife, that kind of procedure is not applicable. Why should a man pass and the woman is meant to, pass through some very terrible exercise? But it doesn't happen when a man lost his wife. And of course, when it comes to the issue of inheritance, yes, we know that the Supreme Court has settled that a woman can also inherit her father's property. But is it applicable at the community level? Is there a law at the community level that says, well, the disease has male and female and the property can be shared equally among them? So this discriminatory law are some of the things that are not really giving women a breath of fresh air. Dr. Duke.
Thank you so much, Joseph Kadri, for your disposition on that. Definitely a lot to unpack following the International Women's Day celebration. A special welcome to you, my fellow woman, Mercelina Onko, standing by in our Lagos Network Center. In light of the celebration, I celebrate you. Good morning. How's it in Lagos? How are you doing?
Good morning, Chukwumfunaya. Good morning, Joseph Kadri, and of course, Dr. Sonny Kokosu. Beautiful morning to you all. It's a beautiful day here in Lagos. I mean, a beautiful week, a bright day. Happy International Women's Day to you too, Chukwumfunaya. I mean, women needs to be celebrated more, in the society. Okay, let's take a look at, look at it in terms of the political aspects. Some persons, there's this thing, or there's this thing that makes people feel okay, women are not needed in a political space. No, I feel women need to be given more would I say attention in terms of the political space. There's a saying, I mean, what a man can do, a woman can do better. So I feel in terms of political space, women needs to be given, they need to be given attention more in terms of that space. And also, this whole thing is equal, just the way women are celebrated. I would say women deserve to be celebrated every day. I mean, the men, they're also celebrated, but celebrating women, it's one thing I would say, if possible, they should be celebrated every day, because I mean, this gender, okay, we're going through a lot, But in terms of political space, the women need to be considered more, thinking that because or because this person is a woman is not fit for that position. I mean, it's not right. Women needs to be, given the chance to prove themselves or to prove what we can do. Okay, that is in terms of political space. The theme of this year's International Women's Day, Gifts Again. Dr. Sonny was saying that they're trying to tell the women, not just expecting from men, also give. I mean, women gives. It's not just the men that gives. Okay, but from Lagos today, we are not going to be talking about that. We will be looking at the Electoral Act controversy ahead of 2027 election. Whatever we are doing in the electoral space at this point is we're looking ahead of 2027 election. So basically, we would be focusing on 2027, the Electoral Act controversy ahead of 2027 election.
All right, thank you so much, Mercelina, for your disposition on that, and also the insights as to what you'd be having this morning. Dr. Sonny, you seem to have something to say.
Because while Mercelina was talking,
okay.
I wanted to say that, in line with the theme which she highlighted, give to gain, I was expecting either you, Anu Oluwapo Stevens or Messelina will come to the studio today with a massive cake and some drinks as part of the Give to Gain, so we can celebrate you people.
This is it.
Or celebrate with you people.
I think you're flipping the narrative.
You know,
we have this. We've dispensed so much to society and even this organization that we expect to gain.
That's why we have International Women's Day.
Okay.
We have International Mother's Day, Grandmother's Day, Great Grandmother's Day, Girl Child Day, Female Child Day. Which other one again? I mean, the list is endless. We can just go on and on for the next 2 hours counting them. When do we really celebrate Men's Day? When?
Well, let us just have it for today. As yesterday, as you know, we did get to celebrate International Women's Day, a global moment to honor the strength, the resilience, and achievements of women. And we've gotten to, just highlight that in our opening segment right here on TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short intermission now and take some commercial breaks, and then when we're back, we'll commence our newspaper review segment. Stay with us. Welcome back, dearest viewer. We'll now move to the next leg of our program this morning on ITV, the newspaper review segment. Let's take a look at the headlines on the national dailies and maybe have a little analysis on the topical ones. The top of the list is the Nigerian Tribune. Headline there says, resolution of OPL 245 disputes, turning points for oil and gas sector. Who says this? The AGF Fagbemi. That story is on page 2. Also on Nigerian Tribune, ADC flays Akpabio for dismissing opposition's objection to Electoral Act 2026. Get to read all about that story on page 22. Moving on, Iran war, federal government activates diplomatic channels, consular alerts to protect citizens. That story is on page 4. In more stories, on the Electoral Act, political parties defer over IPAC's threats to boycott 2027 elections. More on that says it is desirable, says the NNPP. It's too early but not foreclosed, says the ADC. Our focus is how to put our house in order, says the LP. We are against undemocratic schemes of APC-controlled National Assembly. This is said by the SDP. We will encourage them to boycott, says the APC. And lawyers, CSOs also weigh in, and this story is on page 22. More on the Nigerian Tribune says, editors inaugurate committee on research training, publications, say committee to bridge gap between academic training, professional practice. Moving on, Benin City wins 1 million Global Innovation Prize in Bloomberg Mayor's Challenge. That story is on page 3. In more news on the Nigerian Tribune, hope rises for PDP as Olawepo's shuttle diplomacy yields breakthrough. On health, we see daily soft drink, regardless of sugar content, may harm body immunity, gut health. This is said by researchers, and it's on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. More of the Nigerian Tribune headline says, shockwaves across construction sector as cement sells between 11,500 naira and 15,000 naira per bag. That's on page 7. It says developers call for stakeholders' engagement. Now, finally, on Nigerian Tribune, it says NLC raises alarm over alleged 20 billion naira heist in TCN. Says it's looting plan disguised as emergency refurbishment. Seeks Power Ministry's intervention. Wants the FCC, ICPC to investigate. Now, those are the stories on the Nigerian Tribune.
Fantastic story, but I just want to say that one story that really got my attention there is the refurbishment in the TCN, which the NLC is alleging is a ploy to siphon billions of naira. And when you hear things like this, it upsets your stomach, upsets your system, upsets your psyche, because we're talking about a country that has one of the poorest installed capacity in terms of as a matter of fact, the installed capacity for energy production is very high, but what is available for the average Nigerian is very, very low because of poor networks, poor infrastructure and facilities. That's been something that's been in the crux of conversation in most social spaces now, even on social media, how poor power has been. It's terrible. It's very disheartening. Terrible. I mean, just a few days ago, last week, we saw the civil society in Edo State come all out, mobilize themselves to protest, particularly what the Benin Electricity Distribution Company is doing. Really getting it hot. And they came all out to protest that. I mean, in the days of the immediate past administration of Governor Godwin Obaseki, there was an alternative, the Oshomo Power Plant. That's completely grounded. Whatever the issues, whatever they are, we are not interested. The Edo people are not interested in the political issues or the other underlying current. We just want to have power to live our lives normally, do our businesses, whether it's coming from BEDC, whether it's coming from Oshomo, we don't care. And sadly, in that protest, the governor joined them to say he too is feeling the brunt of lack of power. That was something else. So it was a case of if they are crying to the governor and the governor cries to them, who are they going to channel their complaints to? It was just something else on that. But I'm hoping that government will actually listen to the voice of reasoning and do something about this. Let's look at what we have on the New Telegraph. Interesting stories on the New Telegraph. It says financial institutions payments rise by 135.5% to 1.34 trillion naira. All right, you have that story on page 3. Okay, then you have this story on page 17. It says Chinese vehicles gain ground in Nigeria as value of parts import hits 1.6 trillion naira. That's on page 17. More for you on the New Telegraph. Imo, FG targets 15 million households in social protection expansion. This coming from Edo. As Akpabio, Remi Tinubu, others celebrate Nigerian women. You find those stories on page 3, 7, and 6. Also on the Nigerian Telegraph, the New Telegraph, you have, I will challenge 2026 Electoral Act in court. Peter Obi is speaking there. And of course, donates 50 million naira to 2 universities. You find those stories on page 3 and 5. FG protests as 42 Nigerians arrested in Mozambique. All right, on page 2, you find that story. IGP replaces Hudayin with Placid as first spokesman. That story is on page 4. All right, more stories for you. And on the New Telegraph, it says Middle East crisis, fuel will hit 1,500 naira per liter in Nigeria if conflict persists. This is coming from Petron. All right. So what is government doing about this? Should we invoke fuel subsidy to checkmate this? And then still on the New Telegraph, it says NLC alleges TCN officials are plotting to divert 20 billion naira. Exactly what I was talking about. How can we be talking about such a thing happening when at the moment the energy sector in Nigeria is completely in comatose? If this is true, we need to investigate it. We need to get the police, get the ICPC, get the EFCC involved in investigating this and bringing it to Reality. Now we are seeing the latest update from the Middle East, where Mujtaba Khomeini has now been announced as the new supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And Trump isn't having it as he would not.
Yeah, he wouldn't. And of course, they're also saying that Trump can't have a say in how the new leader emerges. Only the Iranian people, and I'm sure they've done that. I'm so keen
on seeing how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm sure they've done that.
They wouldn't be needing a replacement if Trump did not, should I say, slay Ayatollah Khamenei.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope they are able to put their acts together and protect this new leader, because Israel is on the sprawl, US is on the sprawl, because we have on good authority that he's also a hardliner. So which means most likely he's going to continue with the policies, the ideology of the past leaders of proxy wars against Iran, with Hezbollah in Lebanon, with Houthis in Yemen, with Hamas in Israel, and all of these proxy wars that they are fighting at the detriment of their own people. And it's quite sad. And look at the damage they are doing across the Gulf states. Those states who are housing U.S. interests, they are attacking them back to back. Sometimes they even go outside those bases to hit hotels, refineries, and all of those infrastructures in the Middle East, which is just uncalled for.
Yes, I do think so. But the terrorism in Iran has just eaten up the whole crop of things. It's religious. It's just beyond things. And I did feel like there would be celebration when Trump got to come in and, you know, change things. But it's crazy to see that they are still hampering on what they want.
Part of the Trump came on the scene on the premise of no more wars. No more wars. You know, America should be avoiding fighting needless wars across all the region. But if you look at the history, the trajectory of Iran, from Obama to Biden, and then of course Trump's first tenure, and then now his second tenure, there have been agreements surrounding the nuclear.
A lot of people will say that U.S. is now fighting Israel's war.
Well, not exactly, because when you look at the trajectory, which is what I was trying to explain, from Obama through Biden and then to Trump today, we've seen others transpired, efforts that were made to engage Iran to de-escalate their nuclear armament. Because for a country that is known to be perennially involved in fighting and sponsoring and exporting terrorism to other parts of the world. I mean, and then with the comments like death to America, death to Israel, well, we are going to wipe Israel off the map of the world. Those are not empty threats. They meant every bit of those words. If such a country now has nuclear weapon, what do you think will become of the world? I mean, you have a monster in the likes of Kim Jong-un, the king of trouble in North Korea. Today is an untouchable because he's got nukes. Every time he's doing test drills and all of that, because he's looking forward to the opportunity where he will use one of these countries to test his nuclear weapon. So you think the world will just sit down and allow Iran to have nuclear weapon? I told somebody, I did a video, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, that
which I think I saw.
What Iran is doing now, attacking the Gulf states, about 11 of them, is exactly what Iran would have done if they have nuclear weapon. They will not become the god of the Gulf states. Any country, any president that tries to talk to them anyhow, they will threaten them with nuclear weapon. India has nuclear weapon. Pakistan has nuclear weapon. Israel, US, Russia, several of them. Have you heard them at any point in time saying they are going to wipe out a country, a sovereign state from the face of the earth? No. So this is why and how we got here now. But I'm hoping that with their new supreme leader, they'll be able to provide a protective shield around him to avoid those Tomahawk missiles, Patriot missiles, interballistic, continental ballistic missiles from US and Iran, using all the most sophisticated, you know, airplanes and warplanes to bring it down. Because in this war, we have seen something. I have seen something. I mean, the Iranian skies is literally lit up with planes, drones, and then you're beginning to see an opportunity for some of these big powers in the world to showcase all they have amassed over the years. They are testing some new weapons. They are testing some new drones, some new aircraft. They've been in the cooler all this while. So it's an opportunity to tell. But at the end of the day, who suffers? The people. Exactly. Death toll should be over 2,000 in Iran as we speak at the moment. Quite sad.
Quite sad. Although on the acquiring of nuclear weapons by Iran, the governments in the past came out to say it's purely civilian. But like you said, they're a country with a background of terrorism. So how do you really trust that? We hope to see this de-escalate, and we'll keep you in tab as the issue develops. Now we'll move on to our next point of call, which is Leadership newspaper. Let's see the headlines there. One of the headlines says Tinubu's resolution of OPL 245 dispute will strengthen the economy, as said by Fagbemi. Also on Leadership, Kanu government reacts to Kwankwansiya defense deputy governor over 1.1 billion naira allegation. And that's on page 6. Also on Leadership newspaper, operator retailers project 1,500 naira petrol price as crude nears $100 on Hormuz closure. Also on Leadership, Wike confirms appointment of 1,659 FCTA workers employed in 2016 and 2019. That's on page 16. Moving on, Kebbi government warrants clerics against inciting comments. That's on page 26. On page 4, you see Assembly speakers back creation of state police. Also on Leadership newspaper, bandits kill 1, kidnap 5 in Sokoto, and that's on the security situation in the country. You get to read all about that story in Leadership newspaper on page 26. Also on Leadership, DCP Anthony Placid replaces Hundeyin as Force Public Relations Officer. That's on page 14. Seems the new IGP is reshaping his cabinet. Moving on the foreign scene, Iran names Ali Khamenei's second son, Mojtaba, new supreme leader. Party politics, PDP governors call for calm as appeal court rules on leadership crisis today, and that's on page 30. Now we'll move on to our next point of call.
I'm seeing this story also trending, the story that has to do with state police creation. But we're seeing divergent views coming on board with the Southeast saying they prefer the creation of regional police, but assembly speakers...
How does that work?
Yeah, because it's currently operational in the West. You have the Amotekun Corps. It's not a state police. It's a regional, policing, community policing structure. And every other state in the West seems to be buying into it, all right? I think the idea is to dissipate or weaken the influence of state chief executives, because the real concern is that there's the possibility of state chief executives abusing state police. I mean, when you look at what has been happening around the country where thugs are sponsored, you may just have a situation wherein some of these thugs will now become integral parts of the state police, and then we use them against opponents, use them in election, perpetrate violence and stuff. That has been the concern. But if you look at what has been going on across the country with the level of banditry, the level of insecurity, level of kidnappings, this is something that we need so that we can effectively police our communities and change the narrative. Let's take a look at what we have with This Day newspaper. On this day, it says, African women celebrate strength, call for change at Arise's Women of Impact Award. All right. And then Iran picks Mojtaba Khamenei's son as new supreme leader. Oil price exceeds $115 per barrel. More on these stories if you get a copy of This Day. The writers there says Trump, Netanyahu, he won't last. Talking about the new leader. Yes, all right. Yes. Then Sturmer, U.S. President speak for first time since since Iran war. All right, Starmer and Trump, they've been a loggerheads war of words since the Iran war broke out. And then Saudi Arabia reports first deaths, exactly what we're talking about.
Saudi Arabia is already a recipient of all of this trouble.
Of course, because it's part of the Gulf states that houses some of Americans' bases. And
if this is not de-escalated, we'll get to see more of this.
Of course. I know President Khan, the president of Iran, did apologize, over the weekend, saying with the way the war turned out, it gave them no chance to do what they are doing. But it's mercy after that, because in those attacks, infrastructures were destroyed, people were killed, all right, unfortunately. Okay, we've got this story, big one on this day. It says, FAC reconciliation. NNPCL consultants failed to agree on $42.3 billion under remittance to Federation. All right, the writers there, we have nothing to refund to FG. NNPC insists. Ad hoc panel set to tour controversial multi-billionaire frontier exploration projects. Governors call for stronger oversight of Federation revenue streams. Senate may invite Tinubu over 210 trillion naira discrepancy in NNPC audited accounts. All right, more stories for you on this day. Get a copy of this day, learn more and know more. But I hope that with all these basketballs around the unremitted, unaccounted for $42.2 billion, and then of course a staggering 210 trillion naira, for which the Senate is planning to invite Mr. President, we hope there won't be backdoor engagement and interactions.
All of these overwhelming amounts where people are suffering, there's no light, it's just beyond thoughts. But it's not a novel idea in Nigeria to see, corruption happen and to see money being diverted while the people suffer. Okay,
interesting stories for you there on our papers review segment. Let's quickly look at what we have on The Guardian. On The Guardian newspaper. It says stakeholders may forfeit dividends as CBN penalizes insider abuse. Top story on The Guardian newspaper. 2027 polls will be Nigerians against bad leadership, says Obi. International Women's Day. NHRC raises alarm over early marriages. Serap sues FG over alleged mass phone tapping allegations. Petrol price may hit 1,500 naira per litre as Dangote refinery loading stores. Bandits attack Sokoto community as Zamfara holds emergency security meeting. And then NIDCAM Nido Flay arrest of 42 Nigerians in Mozambique demand release. Customs blames banks, others for failed 24 hours port operation. More on these stories if you got a copy of The Guardian newspaper.
All right, well, here's where we draw the curtain on the newspaper review segment on This Morning on ITV. It's been such a great time, as you know, insightful, and we did unpack a lot here. We'll take an intermission now, after which we'll proceed to the most important part of this program, which is the discussion segment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to TMI on the ITV network. As I did tell you before, we're now in our discussion segment. And as you know, yesterday was International Women's Day. Yes, 2026, March 8th. And there's definitely a lot to unpack as we honor the strength, resilience, and achievements of women across communities and around the world. Women are leaders, they're innovators, they're caregivers, entrepreneurs, and change makers, driving progress in homes, workplaces, and in the society, from grassroots advocacy to policy makers. And to discuss this, not just to celebrate women, but also to talk about how we can harness female development in our society, female inclusion, and how we can also give more to the woman as she also gives out to the society. I have two insightful women right here on the program from our Benin Network Center. Right here in the studio, I have Comrade Doris Ogbeifun. She is a civil rights activist joining on the program. Good morning to you. Still in light of International Women's Day, I would say I celebrate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, and also joining virtually, I have Comrade Annie Umoru. She is also a civil rights activist. She happens to be a woman, so it's International Women's Day season, and I would also say I celebrate you and good morning to you.
Good morning, and I celebrate you too.
All right, we all know what the theme is. The theme that's going around globally is give to gain. To you, Comrade Doris, what do you think about this year's International Women's Day? And do you think that women as it is get enough equality and representation in society, our society primarily?
Okay, in Nigeria, women are not getting much attention. Women are not given much needed attention, much needed resources, much needed space for them to do exploits. But when we say globally, like the essence, the inception, the historical context of International Women's Day, yes, in North America and Europe, women are striving better and the way it's supposed to be. So if we are celebrating the achievement of women globally, but when you come to the Nigerian context, it's a different ballgame. Nigerian women, as it is today, have suffered a lot of setbacks, a lot of discrimination that has cost us a lot in national development. You know, when women are not being considered, when women are relegated, when women are being made subjugated, when women are being made to be subservient to women, it affects the resources that we put up. It also affects our economy generally. So if we're celebrating International Women's Day, to me, in Nigeria, I always see it as a wake-up call, as something that we can leverage on. By marking today, we can leverage on the achievements that other women globally had done in terms of what happened in the 20th century, in early 1902 to 1912, where women in North America protested. They rose to demand for equal pay. You understand? They rose to demand for recognition and to end gender disparity in their means. So if such can be replicated in Nigeria without prejudice, without rancor, I mean, when I mean rancor, internal rancor, like women not supporting women, to couple with what we are passing through in terms of culture and other religious issues like discriminatory or harmful cultural practices that limit or a kind of obstructs women development in Nigeria. I would say that this International Women's Day celebration in Nigeria is something that we need to have a rethink, so that we can always achieve what is being meant for, not by mercy. We should not be using it as a catchword, where everybody, it will be too sweet in the mouth to just say Happy Women's Day, oh, we celebrate women. Meanwhile, your younger sister at home, your wife at home is being marginalized, maltreated, hated, disaggregated. You know, these are not what we pray for as a Nigerian woman. And for us, even my fellow gender who endeavor in working against each other, you know, seeing your fellow woman as a threat to you, it has to stop, because if you really know whom you are, if you have that potential, you should not see your fellow woman as a threat. You should equally, the sky is enough, is big enough for each and every one of us to fly. So every Nigerian woman should have this at the back of their mind, that this celebration are supposed to be to celebrate women achievements, to raise awareness, are you getting me? And to also make sure that we promote gender parity in our means.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Doris. Now, so we can also hear from our guest standing by in Zoom, Comrade Annie. Tell me, what does this year's International Women's Day with a tag, Give to Gain, what does it mean for the work you do as an organization, and what does it mean for women in general in Nigeria? Well, hopefully we'll get to hear from her later on. Bringing it back to the studio to Comrade Doris. I've heard you speak on some occasions, and I've heard how passionate you are about, you know, standing up for the girl child, especially in, you know, in places where they are marginalized, where the girl child is limited and maltreated. I heard you once upon a time speak very emphatically against female genital mutilation. What do you think specifically are the most dire of challenges that the Nigerian female experiences, and how can we nip it in the bud?
Okay, the challenges are enormous in Nigeria. It boils down to religious, cultural practices. If we talk about what is going on in Nigeria against the girl child, you will understand that there is no religion in Nigeria or even culture in Nigeria that promotes or supports the rights of the girl child, rights of women and the girl child. It becomes a challenge when we say, oh, we are rising to achieve gender equality in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the core issue, the driving force behind what we are suffering today lies in our family, in our community, and in the society at large, where women are being subjected to all manner of discrimination just for the fact that because of your gender, you are not entitled to so many things. If we begin to talk about the practice of female genital mutilation, it's a practice that emanated from the cultural practices, where it is being made compulsory that you as a female child, you must undergo circumcision, that your clitoris can be partially or completely removed in just to make you not to be sexual promiscuous. That's how they used to put it, to tame you to always not have that urge, the sexual urge, to satisfy your urge sexually, so that your husband, you can always have your husband as the only person in your life. But nobody talks about what happens to the male child. Are you getting me? So we still have other practices, widowhood practices. Even some people have to go and do scan when they are pregnant and to find out if it is a male child or female. If it happens to be female, they will terminate the pregnancy because they value male child more than the female. I have seen occasions where men will rise up to kill their wife because she has not been able, or she was not able to give them a male child, or a man going ahead to become polygamous in nature because he is pursuing to have a male child, not considering what his chromosomes gives to the woman. So these are practices that have posed a threat to the life of Nigerian woman. Not only that, is also here in Nigeria that we will have children and parents will prefer to train their male child because they see it that it is the male child is their heir and the female child has no place in the family. We have seen situations where even right to inheritance, if it's a female child in Nigeria or a woman, you have no right to inheritance, maybe your father's inheritance or even your deceased partner or spouse. You are not entitled to inherit such property. So all these issues, all these harmful practices against women we have to stop. It is something that we must rise up to end. We must make sure culture is not something that is static. We must have it at the back of our mind that culture comes and goes. It evolves. It's not something that is permanent. So as things evolve, as we gradually embrace global best practices, where women across the world are striving and making change and even contributing meaningfully in their economy, we should equally embrace such and allow such to happen in our own society, not by embracing other European practices and their way of doing things, but when it has to do with promotion of women, girl child rights, it becomes a different ball game. You know, it's the same your sibling, it's the same your parents who will make sure deny you that right. You know, you can have 5 children, maybe your last born may happen to be a boy. You will jump those first 4 to go and make the last born your heir. It is assault. It's assault. How can we achieve development with this kind of absurd and decaying practices in the society?
Permit me to cut you there, so we can also hear from Comrade Annie, standing by via Zoom. Comrade Annie, it's over to you now. 2026 International Women's Day, it centers on rights, on justice, and the tag globally is Give to Gain. What does this tell for the Nigerian female and for also the work that your organization does?
Good morning once again. For us, Give to Gain it speaks very profoundly to what we do, because over time, when you hear give, a lot of people assume that giving is just monetary. You understand? But for what we do, we give compassion, we give love, we give support, we give all that you can think of. Most times, what we women need, we give education, so I don't forget that. What we women need is just someone holding your hands to say, all will be well. What we need sometimes is someone who will just sit there and listen to you rant and complain and pour out your heart and then say, all will be well. So this year's Give to Gain, it's so much. For purpose of progress, every year we celebrate International Women's Day, and then we celebrate every little milestone. Every little successes we've had, we have to celebrate and then look at how to make it better, how to get to that point we really intend to get to. And so this year, Giving to Gain, you can give education, you can give moral support, you can give financial support, economic support, whatever kind of support you can give to. In fact, at some point, some level of support we are even clamoring now for women to give is, don't judge your fellow women. If that's the only support that you can give, then give that as a support to your fellow woman. So that's on the question you asked.
So much, Comrade Annie. Now, just to move on from there to something else I'd want to draw your attention to. Comrade Doris here already spoke on it on her end, but I want you to highlight what are some of the biggest challenges you feel that the Nigerian woman faces, and how can all of us collectively as a society, as individuals, as women, how can we nip this in the bud?
So I heard my sister Doris talk about cultural issues, and that's one of the major things. Cultural challenges. I think we need to grow beyond it. The world is evolving. We have to evolve. We've seen cases where women will have issues in their marriages, in their homes, domestic violence, and then who are those mocking her? Women. A woman becomes widowed, and then who are those who are forcing her to go through all of those barbaric cultural practices? Women. And then they tell you it is tradition. I think we need to break free of all of that. That's the major thing. When we break free of tradition, for me, every other thing will become a walk in the park. For instance, a woman wants to aspire for a political position. And then you start hearing, in my tradition, women don't sit where men are sitting. Women don't talk about this. Women don't shake hands with men. If a woman can't shake her hand with a man, how does she sit with a man in a meeting? You get? So we need to really do a lot with breaking some of these cultural challenges. And some of the little progress, you know, when we talk about the challenges, we also talk about some of the progresses that we're making. For us in Edo, the civil society activists in Edo, the gender ladies in Edo, Doris is also one of them. We've been having series of engagements with traditional rulers, with community leaders, to see how they can start breaking free of some of these cultural barriers that women are having. And I can tell you that we're not there yet, but we're making real progress. In some communities, in fact, I think in almost all the communities in Benin, then you would hear women don't talk where men are talking. But I can tell you now that there are some meetings that are being called by traditional rulers. They call some of us who have things to offer, things to say, what's your opinion? How do you think we can do this? So we are beginning to have those conversations with them. And many of them are becoming more enlightened. It will take time, yes, but we're making progress one step at a time. So yes, cultural barriers is something that we need as a people to grow out of.
These cultural practices that end up alienating women, marginalizing women, and maltreating women. There's something I'd like to highlight, that it's a thing of the mind sometimes. Some of these people, especially when you talk about things like female genital mutilation, is embedded in their culture. And when you try to talk about stopping these practices to these people, it seems like you are just speaking gibberish, or you're trying to kill culture. So how, let me speak to you now, Doris. How do you come to these people and, should I say, convince them to drop these practices? Or do you think that at this point it should be something that should be forceful?
No. What we need to do as a people is that our laws has to be people-oriented, so that at the end of the day, we don't make laws that will conflict with the doings, the norms, the tradition of the people. This culture and tradition is a way at which people, is an acceptable way of things in a given society, in a given environment. So if you want to make a law that will promote rights of women or rights of persons, it means that there will be need for you to properly consult stakeholders involved. All stakeholders involved has to be involved.
Okay.
If you are making laws that has to address the issues of culture and tradition in Nigeria, there should be enough consultation so that both stakeholders, all stakeholders can come together to iron out ways at which activities, practices can be republished, can be modernized. When we are talking about modernity, it does not mean that you will sit in the comfort of your office and begin to draft laws meant for the people. The law that you will draft that will be meant for the people should be people-oriented, by allowing the same people you are making those laws for to have an input into that law. There we will reach a compromise. You can also be able to convince them on the need at which they can drop those practices, those age-long practices, and embrace change. This change we talk about does not happen in a day. It is a work in progress. It's something that takes time. It's a step-by-step approach.
Yes.
It's something that we can achieve strategically. It is not by force. You can't just make laws and impose it on the people. You will end up having that law not implemented the way it's supposed to be. So if we are to address cultural and traditional practices in Nigeria, for instance, the law that we have that addresses all this manner of abuse and violence against persons, like the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, like in Edo State, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. So this law has to be people-oriented. It does not mean that you have to have a law because you want to have a law. At the end of the day, the provisions of your law now be conflicting with what tradition and culture says. When you go to communities, for instance, even this FGM that we are talking about, when you go to the communities where all these practices are being unleashed against women or even against persons, where you will see jungle justice play. I'm giving you example. Yeah. Maybe where somebody will go and steal a goat. And their normal practice in that community will be that if you steal a goat, if you are alleged to have stolen a goat, you will be given 100 lashes of cane. You can see the level of assault that will be melted on such person. And it is based on allegation that has not been proven in court. So when you allow such thing to happen, you will end up having a law sitting, let's say for instance, in government house or even House of Assembly, and in the pockets and offices of these custodians of this law. Meanwhile, in the rural level, the custodians of culture keep on practicing what they know how to practice best.
All right.
So it becomes a problem.
Comrade Doris, I have Comrade Annie also standing by, and I wouldn't want her to be left behind. But I want us to move away from these damaging cultural practices that undermine women now, and look more socially, look more politically. There's a lot of people that argue and are of the standpoint that women already get the equality that we've been hampering for. But I would beg to differ, as I know that you might too, Comrade Annie. But what realities are on ground to assess the fact that women do not get the representation and equality that some people think that they already do?
So the realities on ground. One, how many women are in our Edo State House of Assembly? How many women are currently at the helm of affairs? How many women do we have representing us? Like Doris had said earlier, you don't make laws or make provisions for a group of people when they are not represented. Now, who sits at the table where they need to have conversations about women? We alone can talk about what our issues are. So for me, we've not really done enough. Yes, they keep saying the space is open for women, you can come in. But how open is that space? How receptible is that space to us as women? So these are some of the things that we're looking at. If you have to put, for example, a meeting by 7:30, and the man is present at that meeting, it's obvious that the woman might not be at that time. Why? Because she also has to take care of the kids to school before attending that meeting. So yes, that's an example I just made. The space might be open, like they always say. There's free form, come and buy form politically. Women don't have to pay for their forms. But sincerely, how open is that space for women to be able to function well the way we ought to function? So for me, we've not done enough. We need to do more. We need to have a women-oriented, not just women. It needs to be balanced, and that's all we have been clamoring for. Equality. It needs to be balanced for us, for the women.
Equality and women's rights. Civil society organizations have, been very crucial in pushing for women's rights. And being that you're a civil society activist, I want to know what's one of the biggest frustration that you face when trying to, push for change and more inclusion, more equality for women?
To be honest, personally, one of the challenges we have, it's our women. When we clamor for change, when we clamor for equality, you see some of these women looking down on themselves already. You see some of these women already limiting themselves. I cannot do it. You see some of these women saying, no, a woman should not do this. There was a time some of us were supporting and saying, if a woman comes out to contest, whatever it is, women support women. Give her the necessary support she needs. Don't be the one pulling her down. Don't be the one trying to say, no, you cannot do it. So for me, in all of these campaigns that we've been having, all of these equality conversations we've been having, my biggest challenge are our women.
All right, thank you so much for your disposition on that, Comrade Annie. Comrade Doris, do you share the same plight as her in saying that the biggest frustration that she faces is the women themselves in seeking for women's rights?
Okay, to me, I dare to differ a bit to tell you that the basic frustration we have in Nigeria is ignorance. We really need to rise up to create more awareness, to carry people along, to empower women. And this has to be done with experts, those who has expertise in this angle, in terms of driving this change, in terms of enabling these women, training and retraining, community-based empowerment approaches. You know, we have to mobilize and mobilize and mobilize until everyone becomes conscious and aware of what their rights are. Basically, in the rural areas, they do not even understand that you, as a woman, you even have a right, at least financial literacy rights, yes, where you can have a right to own a bank account. I have been in a community to carry out an assessment. It was on a different environmental assessment altogether. But one thing just prompted in my heart to ask some fundamental questions based on how I saw them behave, how timid, and let me use the word timid, these women were. So I asked about 3-4 of them if they have bank accounts. I was shocked to hear that they don't even have. And I said, why? They said their husband has. I said, okay, if I want to give you money, so how do you receive it? You said they will give me their husband's account, bank account, for me to pay in the money. I said, this is serious. You can imagine how deep this discrimination are. You can imagine how deep ignorance has eaten our women. You can imagine how deep intimidation has gone in Nigeria. So now, if you begin to say that such type of women did not support their fellow women, you don't have to blame them, because they are not even aware of what their rights are. We're even talking about, body autonomy, rights to reproductive health, and what have you. There are still places in communities where you will go. They cannot say no when their husband says yes on the bed. And they can't say no, I have given birth enough. Doctor said I should rest. They dare not say that. Their life is built around their husband. So they don't even see themselves as human. They see themselves as less human. Let me just put it that way. It is not because...
Just before you continue, a thought came to mind. There's people that argue that there is a line between feminism and advocating for women's rights. What's your take on that?
You have reminded me something. Do you know that some persons will come to my DM on social media to come and abuse me and say, Doris, feminism is a sin.
I do not get it myself.
They always say, feminism is a sin. Repent, God is angry at it. You see the level of ignorance, you know. Yes, feminism has connection with the promotion of women's rights. In fact, it is basically what it's meant for. Are you getting me? It is an ideology that if you believe in such ideology, you drive the process in terms of promoting women's rights, promoting gender equality, promoting, in fact, acknowledging achievements of women and standing where women are being appreciated.
All right, thank you very much. Now, just as we wind down, I'd also, I want you to keep it short because I would also want to hear from Comrade Annie. What are your expectations, moving forward in terms of women's rights? If there's one thing you'd hope for, the change and for us to harness more inclusiveness and representation of women, what would that be?
Aggressive campaign. We can change this process. We can change this. We can change things. We can rewrite this narrative.
All right, thank you.
Ourselves.
Thank you so much for your insights. We also have Comrade Annie. Comrade Annie, what's your own take? What's one thing that you hope to see more of moving forward from, this 2026 IWD, and just toward the end of the year and onward?
Sorry, I didn't get that question. Please ask it again, please. Sorry, I didn't get that question. Can you ask it again?
I was saying, now that it's we are commemorating the 2026 International Women's Day, what is your hope when it comes to the, better representation of women, better treatment and inclusiveness? What's one thing that you hope to see more of moving forward?
I hope to see a better Nigeria with equal opportunities for women. I repeat it again, a better Nigeria with equal opportunities for women. That's what I hope to see going forward.
I thought I would let you go, but just to push one more question to you. We were talking about the disparity between feminism and advocating for women's rights. Shed more light on that.
Okay, when it has to do with feminism, we'll have the first wave and second wave. But before we even got to the feminism, it is rooted in the Marxist theory.
Okay.
Where we'll have the bourgeois and the yes. So the laborers, which I just put them as the laborers. So the fight for the rights of these laborers, let me so to say, okay. Now,
or the working class,
the working class, yes, and the bourgeois, which are the capitalists.
Yeah.
So the way Marxist theory put it together, it was as if the society was on constant conflict, which it was not. And this issue of the workers' rights we are talking about, women are equally part of the workforce. So what is the position of women when we talk about this workforce? What is the position of women? If workers should talk, the workforce should push for equal pay, for better environment, work environment, good working hours and all that. Women also are left behind. So that gave birth to feminism, to also push for the rights that belongs to women as well. You remember that we never had any rights, including voting rights. To be honest with you, women never had globally before now. Equal pay, we were nowhere to be found. Voting rights, we were nowhere to be found. So all of these things, we need to get them done. We need to achieve it. So that gave birth, the agitation, this movement to achieving this equal rights with other counterparts, gave rise to the first and second wave of feminism. So we need to get this done. So as we proceed, as this movement gained momentum, you now see, today we are celebrating International Women's Day. I'm just rushing things. Today we are celebrating International Women's Day. Remember that this was what was fought for in the 20th century, early 1902 to 19...
the fact that we can celebrate International Women's Day is a product of the feminist movement.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of, demonist theories around feminism. Why do you think so? Why do you think that a lot of people criticize feminism?
Ignorance. I have heard a commissioner, Women Affairs in a state, say that I don't believe in that bullshit. In the feminism,
pardon, your language.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe in that blah 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 feminism. I don't believe that when women. I was so ashamed. I was looking for a table to hide myself.
That is given the opportunity to talk because of feminism, now coming out to say.
Yes, I was looking for a feeling like let the ground open, let it swallow me.
But
I was so ashamed at her level of ignorance.
But do you think there might be a reason why maybe modern day feminists take it too far, or you think there's no taking it too far with feminism?
When I still see those who call themselves feminism and the approach they use, their manners, the way they talk, how they have twisted what the movement is all about, the ideology, how they've twisted it to suit maybe their way of thinking. Some of them used to bring in their personal ugly
with men,
past experiences into the movement, which is not supposed to be. Some of them are very aggressive, very insultive. They see men as their enemy. They don't even like to do things that a man has to be involved. You cannot even achieve feminism if men are not given a chance or a voice into what you are doing. So it is an inclusive process. What we are clamoring for, what we are agitating for is an inclusive approach, inclusiveness, equal representation. Are you getting me? Yeah. So it is not about you bringing your personal vendetta and pouring it to people, innocent people around you. It is not what feminism is all about. And feminism are not for those who are not able to marry a husband, or who is out of a marriage, or in fact, it's not about those who has personal problems.
I don't even think it's about
it's not about your
experiences.
It's not about your experience or lived experience. No, it's not about your lived experiences. That ideology is sacred.
But I would beg to differ that lived experiences can contribute to someone's push for in the feminist movement.
See, lived experiences can be your motivating factor, but it is not what the ideology is all about. So you need to be able to separate your personal lived experience from what the ideology is all about. If your lived experience was as a result of this same stuff, are you getting me? You can channel that energy in terms of bringing women out of such problem, not allowing them to pass through what you've been through, and also correcting men around you to value and support their women, even their sisters at home. Encourage women, give women equal chance, tell them what they're supposed to hear, not by fighting them.
We are not in any competition with the men. We are not even trying to exclude them. We are just saying, give us the chance. Yes, there might be some misconception at some point, but that does not mean, in fact, even with the demonization, it's not even deterring us, because we know the goal. We know the progress we have made so far, and so we will keep pushing for it. Give us a place at the table. We want our rights as women. That's all. We're not trying to sit on the men. We're not trying to say we want to rule the men. We're not trying to be on top. We just want that equal representation, equality, like it's called. So that's what feminism is about. Yes, people misunderstand it, but that's okay. At some point, they will get to understand that we are not against the men. We just want to be partners in progress.
When we talk about female representation, female inclusiveness, and even female empowerment, what do you think you would, should I say, score the Edo State government when it comes to that, in empowering, the woman and, pushing her out there so that she has a level playing field with the men?
I will say the government of the day needs to do more. He made some promises which he is yet to keep. He made those promises during his campaign. He is yet to keep those promises. And some of us are waiting to put that into writing to him to remind him, Mr. Governor, sir, these promises were made and you need to keep them. Yes, he might be trying a bit, but he's not there yet with the promises he made. So he can do better. That's all I'll say. And he should do better.
Do you share this perspective, Doris?
Honestly, I don't even understand the bearing of this present government in terms of women inclusion and empowerment. At least, if you want to get something achieved, you have to have a template of that. So I don't even know what the template is all about. I can't even feel anything of that nature. So I cannot say, there is no statistics yet. I've not seen or anywhere online, whether hard copy or soft copy, where I can lay my hands on to say that this is a template that the present government is implementing in terms of women empowerment and inclusion in governance. So I cannot say what I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Even there are so many other things I have read that I have also tried to find out the honest truth about it, and is still like a mirage to me. So I think they have to turn around to consider this aspect, to bring in experts that can help. Maybe they might be doing, but because maybe it is not really
publicized, is that the word?
It's not really like something that is marketable. Let me just put it that way. We do not have, I have not seen, I cannot say we do not have, to the best of my knowledge, I have not seen a template to say that this is what is being used to achieve maybe long-term, short-term plans, stuff like that, that this is where we are going to and this is where we are. So I cannot say for that. But I can tell you generally in the state that we need to do more in terms of promoting women's rights. And there are so many ways at which these rights can be promoted. We know we have so many rights that even women can as well enjoy, as provided by the Nigerian Constitution in Chapter 4. Right to education, right to health, right to belong to association of your choice, right to own a property, and stuff like that. So I will say, in the aspect of gender parity, we need to do more by doing away with those cultural harmful practices that we have for so long tied ourselves to, that have at the end of the day limited women or have caused a lot of barrier for women in terms of accessing quality education, in terms of having that right to bodily autonomy, in terms of having access or equal access to resources. Resources here, I mean, is that, okay, I want to contest. You remember that even at the political party level, parties also have to consider onboarding women.
Yes.
To make sure that, yes, this democracy seeks to the grassroots. They should not see giving women, party woman leader as a compliment or as a fulfillment that they are carrying women along.
All right,
no,
thank you.
We want to see a female party chairman, state chairman, a female party state secretary, stuff like that, and to field candidates
for your
election.
insights, for joining the program this morning on ITV, and also to our guests that joined via Zoom, Comrade Annie Umoru, and you right here in the studio, Comrade Doris Ogbeidi. Thank you so much for your takes on the conversation that was brought forward on the 2026 International Women's Day. I celebrate every woman out there that's giving, and hopefully with time we can gain the representation, the inclusiveness, and everything that we deserve. And here's where we draw the curtain on the discussion segment right here in our Benin Network Center. I'll now hand you over to our anchor in Abuja, Joseph Kadri. It's over to you.
All right, a beautiful discussion you had there. Now in Abuja Network Center, we are towing the same line, still looking at the International Women's Day. And of course, we have one of our own. We'll not call her a feminist, but is one who believes that she can compete favorably with the male folk and grab what the male folk are grabbing. I'm talking about the NUJ chairman, Comrade Grace Ike. Very good morning, Grace.
Good morning to you. Good. Yes, sir.
Well, I can barely hear you.
Good morning, Joseph. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, beautiful. I can hear you clearly now. And I'll say to you, happy International Women's Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so there are so many issues to discuss. You know, most time women will say they are at the receiving end when it comes to education, when it comes to health, when it comes to economic, empowerment, when it comes to even sexual and gender-based violence. But let me start with the last one. Sexual and gender-based violence. Where are we in 2026 when it comes to the issue of disparity between the male and the female folks?
Okay, so we are doing so as we speak today. We are championing say zero good tolerance for sexual harassment women. It's not just women, probably not accepted, but for the women, we are particularly from the end and in collaboration now watch we're together to say no to based violence in the FCT and Nigeria as a whole. So advocacy, we've been doing a whole lot of advocacy regarding that aspect, and so far so good. Knowing full well that the law will take full course. If you are found wanting, perpetrators must pay the law. And of course, with the internet technology, anybody who's caught in this evil and disturbing trend must be dragged. So for the NUJ, it's not been easy for us, particularly journalists, in the field. We've experienced a whole lot of harassment, intimidation, but the council came out open to disclose and to create that awareness. Union has zero tolerance, but then we also need the support and aid of stakeholders, just like you are doing, throwing more light like this in ITV, which you've been doing so much. We want other newsrooms to take, steps like this also to create more awareness. Let's have the dangers of trafficking, of matters that are not really conducive. That enabling environment must be there, and create more awareness on issues that do not in any way support women's development in Nigeria and FCT in particular.
Okay, comrade, you are a super chairman when it comes to NUJ in the 36th state of the Federation and the FCT, and of course you are in the FCT where, of course, our president is. And you know that the on-body for tackling, trafficking and other issues concerning women and ill treatment for them is in Abuja. I mean, talking about NAPTIP. How far have you gone in engaging with NAPTIP? I mean, NUJ and NAPTIP, ensuring that these issues are exposed, awareness is created, those that are involved are arrested and prosecuted?
Honestly, if I tell you the truth, I'm not really okay. NAPTIP isn't doing enough from my own angle. It isn't doing enough in terms of issues like this. This is not the NAPTIP I grew up to know. So there's more reorientation. Probably there's need for NAPTIP to also work with the NOA.
It's true. NAPTIP need to do more in terms of engaging development partners. NUJ is one of them. NOA may not be, but they're all in the payroll of the government. There's a need to create awareness, sensitize the people, those involved, get them arrested. Let us see how they are prosecuted. These issues are on the increase. It has never stopped. There are so many people that are making some kind of illegal living from it. I'm always in the court. I've seen those that were prosecuted. I mean, their cases even were transported all the way from Europe back to Nigeria, and the police got hold of it and they were prosecuted. So we hope to see that NAPTIP work with relevant stakeholders. Of course, NUJ is one of them. Do that so that those involved can easily be named and shamed. And of course, I don't know, the network is not too friendly this morning. Otherwise, we have so much to talk about. You know, the health and education disparity is there, where, of course, in education, about 7.6 million out of school girls are domiciled in the north. And why would you have such amount of, girls not in school? 7.6 million. All right, it's good that you are back, Comrade Grace, the chairman of NUJ FCT. I was actually talking about the fact that there are disparities in education, disparities in health. In education, so many girls are out of school. Well, that not. In health, of course, when you talk about the reproductive health, women who are supposed to assess the reproductivity, they have challenges in getting those commodities. But it's not the same for the male folk. And the women are the ones that carry the children. They carry these children, some of them every year. They go to the labor room every year. And that definitely is not good for their health. So let's quickly look at the education aspect before we now move to the health aspect, what things we can do to ensure that the huge number of out-of-school girls, yes, girls, in the nuclearly are actually handled.
Okay, so currently, just like the number of figure you just gave is quite alarming and not really nice at all, looking at Nigeria's race or speed to be at par with the international community. And what do we do to make sure that these girls, these women are attracted, they see education as, attract and something they must do? Because you give to gain, just like the slogan for this year's International Women's Day, you empower community, you are empowering family, society, as well as a nation. There's more that needs to be done. There's more awareness should be done. Government is, but that more need to be. There's more room for improvement, and a whole lot of stakeholders are even taking this up themselves, doing scholarship for children in school. Most of the funds to school, and we should also see how we can education free, across the board from part of the country. Let's have state ensure that education is free. You do not see school fees as a challenge or an excuse to say you're not in school. So when we start from there, we can actually start addressing some of these issues and challenges. And it's no longer, I don't have money, my parents are taking the education is now free. So we can actually find the root causes of some of this stuff. Some is cultural belief. So that's more the reason why we need a whole lot of institutions on board, traditional institutions, stakeholders, mothers who would need to talk to their children, the need, the advantage of going to school. Most of the elites, their child, they oversee schooling. So why would they want you to stay behind, to be at their mercy, to want to eat from their crumbs, from the table of what left over of what they have? So there's this reorientation we need to do. National NOA needs to step up their game in terms of education, creating more awareness in different dialects, in languages that most of these children understand better than you and I. The money implemented, it should be executed and distributed as when due, and not just a pinch of it out. You see, most of the time we are focusing on education, we are focusing on health, but after that, how much was released? That is another angle. That's that story entirely. How much was released for the education sector as well as the health sector, just like we have billions, trillions going into security. So education and health must be a pivotal area we must focus on and show much concern. But then you and I will continue to do our job when it comes to storytelling, when it comes to the right of the less privileged, speaking for them and the need for them to go to school. Most of them have been talked into, there's no need for you to go to school. Just grow up and you get married and you start bearing children. So we also need to talk them into knowing the advantages and disadvantages of staying out of school, of going to school. You know, so there's a whole lot to be done. Traditional rulers must also be brought into this picture. You know, stakeholders like you and I, civil society organization, those at the rural areas must also see the need for them to go into aggressive advocacy, to go into, you know, a whole lot of awareness. There's need for and for the federal government, what is they have pledged, and it's important that most people see during elections come out with a whole lot of promises. Their blueprint is like, it's like as long as you can think. But after the election, what happens next? Another election year cycle is here in 2027. Yes, education will come up. That is what we will do. Health will come up. That is exactly what we provide. But then how much have these, you know, promises got into the grassroots to those who really need it and reduce and cut the issue of out-of-school children in the rural areas? That's another area that needs.
An area I'd like you to talk about because it really affects, of course, your gender. And that has to do with the slow pace, the snail pace by federal government in terms of releasing resources for family planning commodities. You know, family planning could be it IUCD, injectables, and even the condoms. You know, female has also got theirs. In the city center, it's not a challenge because of, you know, they have resources to take care of this. But like you mentioned, in the grassroots, in the communities where having 1,000 naira is a challenge, you know, it's difficult for them to now come to the city to, you know, want to access these family planning commodities for free. So why is it difficult for government to release what has been budgeted for family planning commodities? Because if you don't have it, we're going to have baby boom in the rural areas. And most time, when the kids are so much, they are pushed to the city to pick up some kind of menial jobs. So why haven't we seen you, some other female women, in why 4 million are not released? All right, we're expecting you. If you hear me clearly, I was talking about the 4 million. Yeah, I was talking about the $4 million dollars, you know, appropriated for family planning commodities. It's a basket fund with the UNFPA. The amount, if released, will reduce, you know, baby boom, because women in the grassroots will be able to access the various methods, IUCD, injectables and even the female condom. But up till now, that's a challenge. That money is not released. And if you are not careful, by this time next year, there will be baby boom in the country. So why don't we have, you know, topmost female CSOs? You are one of them. You can lead the NUJ and get some other female to hold government to release this money.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy that you said I'm one of them, just like you are. That's where another issue comes. Most times monies are budgeted and not released, and you keep asking yourself, so what's the essence of budgeting such monies, such a huge amount of money? And they bring up issues very cogent, very reasonable reason why they are, you know, asking for such amount of money, because they know that lawmakers will definitely approve that, but in the end, nothing to show for it. So you and I will continue to advocate. In fact, I would love to, you know, see how we can take up this matter so that we can continue to unravel and ensure that matters like this are not swept under the carpet. If there are areas we really need to tell our story, that's the essence of our pen. That's the essence of having you and I as a TV reporter, presenter, and as an editor to make stories like these, you know, exposed. And those who are at the helms of affairs and not really dishing out monies that are meant for a particular reason should be also exposed. So it's quite worrisome. It's quite alarming. It's a trend. Most times they tell you if you can't beat them, you join them. But I believe that when we decide to execute, implement, and ensure that the grassroots level are carried along, the country will be a better place for all of us. And most times it's quite worrisome that we are quick to want to travel overseas for health check. We are quick to want to, you know, move over there to boost their economy with monies that are meant to be here in the country to boost our own economy. So that's also another area when it comes to health travel. You know, when we have ban on that, I think a whole lot of personalities, individuals who really have a lot to play in Nigeria will definitely focus on building a health care system in the country. So monies like that, not executed, not implemented, is quite worrisome, and this individual should be called to give account. The National Assembly must also sit up, must continue to scrutinize and carry out their duties effectively. Those whose committee are responsible for matters like this must be seen doing their job effectively and efficiently, and not just mere committee oversight. Most times this oversight, you keep asking, what is the outcome of your oversight? And most times they are all swept under the carpet. So parliamentary reporters continue to push and write and expose, health institutions.
Thank you so much, Comrade Grace Ike. Yeah, I must thank you for your time with us on the program this morning. Thank you so much. You're one of those who really believe that you can compete favorably with the male folk and get what you aspire, to get in life. So thank you so much for your time with us. Now we'll move to Lagos Networks Center for continuation of the program.
It's a beautiful Monday morning. Hello and welcome to TMI this beautiful morning on ITVI. I'm Marcelina Unkor. And our guest today that will be helping us analyze into this topic is Honorable Said Ajadi, Akhoed Chieftain. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming.
The pleasure is always mine. Thank you.
All right, today we're going to be talking about the Electoral Act controversy ahead of 2027 election. 2027 in focus. A growing debate is unfolding around provision in the new Electoral Act, especially rules like voter accreditation to the National Identification Number, NIN, and other requirements also. Critics says that these rules could help voters or complicate participation in the 2027 election, while supporters argue that this will improve transparency and reduce fraud. A lot of persons, different people with their different opinion. There's also a political pushback from opposition's figures. Some have threatened court challenges to part of the act. So why is this trending actually? Is that the possible legal battle before the 2027 election? I mean, we are looking at the 2027 election, and also concerns about voter access and electoral credibility. Honorable Saeed Ajadi, I want us to talk about this. Let's start with the big picture. Why has the Electoral Act become such a major topic of debate ahead of the 2027 election?
Good morning once more. Thank you for having me. The reality for Nigeria is that the 2023 election was a case study. And, we used a different process of electioneering. And there were a lot of complaints, however, at that time. So the Senate felt it was a good thing to check what the people were saying, which is a very good thing, that people are complaining and they wanted to see the pulse of the people and see where they can help to actualize some of those questions and improve on the electioneering process. Fantastic. However, no matter how much you put into the effort, it's not everybody that's going to be satisfied with it.
Oh, okay.
There would always be complaints. There would always be pros and cons. However, is it a good thing for Nigeria? I believe yes.
You think so?
Yes. Why? Give an instance. Initially, they said it was only going to be transmission. People complained, and they put in manual. There's some places in Nigeria that you don't have internet access. There's some places in Nigeria that you don't have the base stations for the GSM companies. So how do you expect 100% transmission? It's not going to work. However, if people are willing to be patriotic Nigerians, go and vote, count your vote at the voting center. Each polling unit should count their votes manually and record the winners and the losers manually first. If the BVAS machines are working, they transmit. If they're not working, are you going to nullify those votes? No, you are going to take it to the collation center manually. So there are places, for instance, the places that they are fighting, the Boko Haram and ISWAPs and all of that, there is no base station because they've destroyed it. And some of us know these places, like Ondo State, like Borno State and some of those places. They must vote. They are also part of Nigerians. So manual and transmission is fantastic. NIN that you are mentioning, NIN is part of the verification process of Nigerians. So if they're adding it to it, because everybody must get an NIN now with banking structure and all of that. So if they're adding it to it, it means that whoever is Mr. A, Saheed, cannot be Mr. B because he has an evidence to show that he is the person, if you see what I mean. So it's okay. But if there's no NIN, it's still fantastic to prove that you are the person.
A few weeks back, the Senate president came out to announce the new electoral law, saying that, okay, if electronic transmission of results fails, manual will be an alternative.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's what you just said. And a lot of persons were not in support of it. I also saw that a few weeks back, some persons came out in Abuja, to protest. That they feel, I believe the reason why these people came out to protest then, they feel that, before, if we are doing manual, before those results are uploaded, it's going to be manipulated.
That's what I said to you. That's why I used the word inside of what I was saying in my statement. I said patriotism. There has to be patriotism in everything we are doing. Unfortunately, Nigerians are no more patriotic. All we are interested in is self and how to go around and manipulate the system. There's nothing wrong with voters casting their vote, counting the vote at the polling unit. So if, for instance, at polling A, they said there are 18, 16, and 13. So the 18 person that got 18 is the highest votes that he got. And we have registered it. The agents of the parties have registered it. How can they change it in the collation center? That's fraud. And it's going to be obvious and it's going to be noticed. So if there is no internet, for instance, if there is no BVAS machine, are you saying that Nigeria will not move forward? We have to move forward. There are so many European countries and even some Americans. They don't use these things. They still do manual because they believe in their self. Okay, what about the people that vote 2 weeks before election and they send it into a mail to the collation center? And the mail is received in the collation center and counted. That's America. Some people vote for their homes and send it through the mail. Okay, what if some people go and hack those mailboxes and change it? How do they know that? So everybody must have a system, and there has to be patriotism. If we say this is how we want to go about how we want to develop, let us support ourselves to develop. I don't believe in halfway things, and I believe that if we love each other, it shouldn't be an issue. Why are you protesting over that? Why are you protesting that they should add manual? The manual is a functional part, an integral part of voting. You have voted manually. You have casted your ballot manually. So what is wrong in counting it manually, irrespective of the age of technology? So even if the BVAS is working, they are still going to count those votes manually to show that so-so A won or so-so B lost. That's how it's done, even if the BVAS is functional. So why are you now saying that the manual part they integrated for everybody to see? Because there are some places that GSM is not working, like I said, and there is no internet, and they're part of Nigeria. Are you telling me they're not going to vote?
So let's talk about voters' apathy.
Exactly. That's another thing. You see, I have noticed, that's why I said patriotism. Last election, a lot of people didn't come, and some people were playing football on the main road rather than go and vote, and they were adults.
I mean, these people are scared. They are thinking,
there's nothing to be scared of.
Honorable Sari, they are thinking if we should come out to vote, will our votes count?
Did you not count last election? Did you not count last election? APC lost Lagos State, for instance. And they are calling the election unreal, rigged, and all of that. Whereas the stronghold of APC was lost. And we saw it. Everybody saw it. That's a credible thing. It means that the election, the voters, they counted the votes. How would you have thought in a lifetime that APC will lose Lagos? Most of the Northwest and Northeast, if we can get a refinery in Imo, the Imo River, we can get a refinery in One, and we can get a refinery in Badagry, okay? And we can get a refinery up north again. Dangote will not increase price the way it's increasing price. Price will crash. So now we are in the hands of Dangote because he's the only one acting. There is no NNPC and all of that. So there's a lot of problems coming. A lot. So it is not the Electoral Act that is the issue now. They have done their part. We should do our part. Let us be patriotic. Go and vote. You cannot complain after the elections have taken place that you don't like one government, which you do not vote for. You're sitting there in your home, you're complaining. That's rubbish. Go and vote. As a Nigerian, is your first responsibility, civic responsibility. Go and vote. Cast your vote, and it will count.
So you're saying we as Nigerians, we need to be patriotic.
We need to be patriotic.
Go out and vote.
It's not patriotism. Complain. You see, even in a family, husband and wife, after a while, are you not going to be tired? Complaining every day. You will look at the solution to all problems and solve. There are always problems everywhere in the world. But solve it. Get it done. That's why you're here. When you are dead, you are dead. But when you are still here, solve the problem. There's no depression or anything like that. Now that the prices are going up, what are we going to do? You have to think, introspect. It's best for me now to go to the farm. Whatever farm I have, go and plant ahead of what is coming. That's the truth. If you don't have a farm, in your compound, even if it's face me, I face you, there's a wall behind your house. Put 5 bags there or 10 bags. Put 2 bars of yam, cut it up, 1 2 bar, cut it into 10, put it there. In 3 to 4 or 5 months, you are going to have yam to feed yourself. So you don't need to go and buy 1 2 bar of yam, 8,000 in Lagos. You don't need that. Whereas in some places, like Ibadan, 1 hour away from here, I keep saying it, 2 bars, 3,000. So what is the difference between Lagos and Ibadan? Less than 1 hour, 45 minutes. But the people that are in between, the traders, they are the people that are killing Nigerians. And so until we learn to interject and check, they call me an Alaro. Why? Because I haggle prices. And I try to know what exactly is going on in the market. So I don't care if you call me anything. I'm only interested in making Nigeria better. And if there's a problem, we announce it. We speak about it. Or if you cannot speak about it, we make a change. That's it.
Okay, let's talk about the Independent National Electoral Commission, the INEC. So do you think Nigerians' electoral body, I mean the INEC, has a capacity to fully implement this reform?
Of course I believe so. I believe so. That's why I came in to tell you that patriotism is key to everything success. If you don't love your country, why don't you carry your load and leave this place?
Leave to where?
Hey, that's the point. So that is why you must be thoughtful and deep thinking. You have to realize that no country can take us. We are too much. Lagos alone, if there's crisis in Lagos, Benin Republic is just less than 10 million people. Ghana is 30 million. Togo is less than that. Who's going to take us? So we have to think. For me, look at this issue now. If, for instance, I was an aide to the president, I would advise him, sir, go and build a refinery in Badagry or cross the border and build it in Benin Republic. But we own it and supply crude. The whole West Coast will crash prices. There are too many things that we need to do. We are far ahead if we can think for Nigeria. This I just told you now. If one is implemented, just that, Dangote will be looking for us now. Okay, why is Dangote saying he wants to increase from 650, which is done now, to 1.4 million? Because the numbers are crazy. Nigeria is you don't know the kind of income that can be made. If you're a patriotic city and you are ready to work, look at, I will mention an industrialist, Rasak Okoya. Look at the leverage that he has now. If you look at the value system, Rasak Okoya is moving towards $1 billion in assets. Why? Because he's producing numbers every day. So if you are an industrialist, you cannot quantify the income that you can make. That is why Dangote is doing the shakara. But if other industrialists are supported to come up, things will change. It's called competition, demand and supply. We have demand for everything. And in the West Coast, there is a lot of demand for Nigerian goods. Go to Benin Republic and see the way they treat us as Nigerians. They know that the kings, they have come. Anywhere you see Nigeria in the West Coast, they say, Nigeria. They respect us because they know the kings have come. But are we respecting ourselves? No. That's why Dangote is taking us for the peace. Because is he not buying crude oil in Naira? He's still buying crude oil in Naira. Even if it's not as much as he wants, because he has increased his capacity. However, every flick of the price, he changes his price. Every flick of the price, internationally, he changes his price. Are we not in trouble? You don't put your eggs into one basket, you spread it. We have put our eggs into one basket now. Mainly Kyari and all these thieves. They are just going home and enjoying themselves. They should be put on a hot seat and bring back all the money that was stolen. Who is responsible for the refineries, the turnaround? Nobody. Those monies, where did they go? All the money they have been collecting for the crude oils for the past 10 to 20 years, starting from Obasanjo's regime, they said the refineries were not working, yet they were budgeting crude oil every day. They take it away, refine and come and sell to us at an expensive price. It's not done anywhere in the world.
Okay, Honorable Said, let's talk about vote buying. Let's talk about vote buying. I mean, some Nigerians believe the real issues are vote buying and political violence rather than technology. Is the act addressing the real problem? I mean, this act, is it addressing the real problem? Do you think vote buying is the real problem?
It's not the real problem for me. If I come and give you an incentive to vote for me and you have collected that incentive, it's your choice to either vote or not to vote. Okay. So since it's going to be a private business between me and the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person that gave me the money cannot see what I've done because the thing is covered. Okay, it's private. So even if you give me money, I can still do what my conscience says I should do. So vote buying is not an issue. It is the ignorance of Nigerians. As far as I'm concerned, you should talk about. Because Nigerians, I'm a politician. I have seen it happen severally. Nigerians, some of them, especially the people that vote, are local people. The elites don't come out. They are sleeping on the vote. You are a journalist. Go and research. They don't come out to vote. Very few elites will come and vote. they will be the ones who shout the most because it's not favoring them. So they are not patriotic. All they want is to manipulate the election to suit their candidate. But the people that vote are the Yala robots, the local marketers, the local women, especially women. Go every day and go and check the voting. It's especially women that come out. The boys are playing football. The youth are not even interested at all. Whereas it's their future that is being toyed with. I've been in politics since when? Since 32 years of age. My friends were thinking I was crazy then. But I said to them, if we don't join this thing now, how do we secure our future? This is what is happening now. We're in our 50s going to 60. We have not even started the job. How do we hand over to the children? That is why Mo Ibrahim was seated in an interview session. And Mo Ibrahim was telling us that we're electing 90-year-olds to go back to office. Some of them are urinating on themselves. Some of them are pooing on themselves. Some of them cannot even climb the stairs. And they are presidents in their countries. There are a lot of problems. So we need to interject now to save the people coming. And they don't even know there's a problem by themselves. Because they're not interested in the future. They're not interested in Nigeria. So we need to integrate the youth because they're 74% of the population. They have to come back in their thoughtfulness to understand that, look, if we leave, you are the ones to be responsible for your children. What are you doing about it? A lot of work.
So you think vote buying is not a problem?
Vote buying is... see, patriotism is the problem. If you are patriotic and they bring money, even if they give you 10,000, it's not going to last you till the next day. 10,000 naira. How much is the vote that you are buying? The highest they can give you as a voter is 10,000 naira. Some people give 500, some give 1,000, some give 5,000, some give 2,000, depending on the level of the contestants. The reality is that, does it last for a day? Yet, they sell 4 years of their life. So that's what I'm saying. That's precisely why I said to you earlier, that there is a problem with our thought process. If we know what we are doing, how can I sell my vote for 10,000 naira for 4 years? I don't need to complain anymore because I've sold it. So the person that I was in PDP, if I moved out of PDP, I left PDP in 2010. I contested Senate in 2006, 2007. In 2003, they told me I was too young. So I became 32 years of age, then I contested in 2006. Against Adedubu's son. If you have a very fresh memory and you know Adedubu in the people, when you local government stadium follows, they said that they're coming. I told them, you must have coming, the delegate. On the Friday before the election in his house. Some of them had the ball hand stamped. They showed me, just laughed. So I called the fellows outside, told them to come outside. I was like, I've never done an appointment in a to come. He called me, minute started ground. Me that the fellow gives my salary, me a new, I said, no, coming by the Senate. He started. You know, I told what now is to make me president. I've done that. That means he said, what can we do? So I said, okay, let us give everybody an incentive. Let them know that we are here. Eventually, we pushed the policemen to allow our people to come in. We got in. Every local government came in. They called Adedubu in Molete. That the left-handed man has done contrary to what the plan is. Oh, you have to come here now. He came with 4 coasters filled with guns and cutlass. And I was seated next to his son. His older brother, Professor Abbas, came wearing the shirt of his younger brother and told his younger brother, look, I know this man in Abuja and I know how sound he is. I am not going to vote for you but for him here. You just came. He was not screened. Quote me. He was not screened. He was still in London on Friday. He came in Saturday morning. I was screened with Seyi Makinde and Teslim Folani, the incumbent governor. You can go and ask them. In Eleyele in Ibadan. He was not screened. So I was very angry. Because the money that I was spending was hard-earned money. I've never done any politics. I was the only candidate that contested that. Because there was no election. And then we went to sit down where the ballots were. And now let me see who's going to vote. So if that was happening, the deputy governor came to meet me when I was sitting down. Said, those boys are here for you. I said, I know. But I will not allow any of you to shed my blood. You have guns. I don't have guns, but I have God. You, as a deputy governor, you are not going to be used as a color again. They are not going to use you as deputy governor. But I will leave this place for you guys. And I left. I went to contest. And Abuja came to Ibadan because of me. Where we were doing the complaint, those boys came again. I told Abuja to excuse me, and I went to tell them outside, I'm here, and I'm coming down to meet you guys. But you're not going to do. I'm prepared for all this. So guns and cutlass is not a big deal. What if your gun is faced at you and is cocked and is going to hit the person back? It won't work. Because my life does not depend on that gun. My life depends on Almighty. And Almighty that can take me.
Okay. Honorable Said, what you're saying now is the youth, people should...
Let us rise and be part of the process. Yes, I was a youth, and I'm still a youth. But age is not on my side anymore. So I look at people at them. Your future is in your hands. Take it, not fight. Intellectual revolution, that's what it's called. You act like a fool. When you get the leadership, then you do the right thing.
All
period.
Right, Honorable Sai, thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure is mine
Thank
always.
you for helping us analyze this.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you, Lagos. Thank you, all our viewers, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on ITV. We'll be handing over to Benin, our Benin Network studio, for the content.
Welcome to TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now, yesterday, March 8th, the world celebrated International Women's Day, a day dedicated to recognizing the strength, resilience, and achievements of women across the globe. And here on TMI Socials, we are proud to continue the celebration today by honoring women everywhere. Mothers, daughters, leaders, professionals, and the countless everyday heroes who contribute so much to our families, communities, and society. The theme for International Women's Day 2026 is Give to Gain. This powerful message reminds us that when we give support, opportunities, respect, and encouragement to women and girls, society as a whole gains progress and prosperity. When women thrive, families grow stronger, communities become more resilient, and nations move forward. Give to Gain calls on all of us, men and women alike, to play a role in advancing gender equality, to encourage us to give knowledge, give mentorship, give visibility, give resources, and give respect to women so that everywhere can reach their full potential. Because empowering women is not just about fairness, it's about building a better world for everyone. Now, today on TMI Socials, we celebrate the incredible contributions of women in every sphere of life, from business and leadership to education, healthcare, arts, and community service. We also recognize the countless women whose quiet strength and dedication continue to inspire change every day. Now, one video that has made it to the top of trends on this year's 2026 International Women's Day is this one by Real Worry Pekin. Let's hear what she has to say.
Marriage, children, career, stability, all should happen in a woman's life before a certain age. Hey, pressure to cry. Who set this timetable for women, safe? Now, why are you still a boss? When are you getting married? Where is your child? Why are you still in your father's house? You are too relaxed. You are too ambitious. The constant comparison with peers. Can women breathe? May they breathe. Don't suffocate them. Women, not let anybody pressure you. If it's not your time, it's not your time. Not use another person's clock to check your time. Make everybody run their race at their own pace. Say whenever break, na many pass. It's your journey. It's your life. Your life is personal, intentional, and fully yours. You don't owe society any explanations for your timing. Marriage no be NYSC posting. Pikin no be group project. And success no get expiry date. Your life no be WAEC timetable. No invigilator dey mark am. Na God dey call result. This International Women's Month, Lush is celebrating women who are boldly rewriting the roles at their own time, in their own way. If you've ever been rushed, pressured, or compared.
Well, to every woman watching us this morning, we celebrate you and we thank you. Happy International Women's Day and Month. Now, to what's making waves across the social media space, Daniel Bwala is grilled on past Tinubu criticism on a podcast recently on March 6 in London, titled Renewed Hope or Hopelessness. Mehdi Hassan pressed Daniel Bwala, now the president's special advisor on policy communication, over his pre-2023 statement accusing Tinubu of election manipulation and intimidation. And in this interview, he talks from two sides of his mouth. Let's get to see, and then we'll take comments.
Is not a true representation.
January 22nd, 2023, you said the petition against him involves massive corruption and misappropriation of funds belonging to the government of Lagos State, abuse of official office, conflict of interest.
I'm glad you said the petition against him.
Yeah.
Yeah, document that was taken to court.
That you highlighted.
I wasn't the one that went to court. And at that time, where was I?
You were an opposition member.
Thank you.
So should we not trust you when you say things?
Well, that is the interview that has taken the social media space by storm. Let's see some comments. First, we'll take the press release by Daniel Bwala on this particular issue. In the press statement, it says, in part, in the last 24 hours, social media has exploded over my interview with Mehdi Hassan, albeit with valid opinions. Let me set the record straight. When I signed on to the privilege job granted to me by Mr. President, I was well aware of its implications. Selling ice cream, looking fine, and seeking the praises of men were never part of it. Some of the fiercest critics of my interview cannot even stand local TV anchors. But the task of promoting and defending the president and his administration is what I do with ease and joy. Now, that is Daniel Bwala's own remarks on this. Now, let's take just one comment before we wrap it up. This commenter says, these guys are smart. They know the side they're on, and they comfort themselves with personal interest over their conscience. And to them, it's a fair trade. They have accepted it, and this is just a little price to pay. This interview, regardless of how disgraceful it is, will not add a dent to the APC ship. I'm sorry. Well, those are the comments we can take because we're pressed for time. Now, here's where we draw the curtain on TMI Socials this morning, and also that's where we end the program on This Morning on ITV, on the ITV network. Thank you so much to everyone that contributed to the success of this program, to our insightful guests and all our anchors across our 3 network centers, and also to you, our dearest viewers. Do have yourself a lovely day.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Well, Thomas Hobbes once said life is short, nasty and brutish if there is no government, and he termed that the obeisant pattern of life. and life becomes chaotic where there is no government. We look at the theory of the state and, of course, how democracy came upon us and how it started bringing dividends of good governance. And it is upon us as a people, as a country, to continue to deepen the practice of democracy. And we will be looking at the Electoral Act amendment for 2026, which the president not quite long signed, gave assent to. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukmo. This is a beautiful opportunity to say welcome on board with me on a fresh discuss of law and you, where we always elucidate concepts that look shady before you. But this is just to arm you with your rights and duties as a citizen. And of course, I have a legal luminary with me in the studio, and he is Emmanuel Obakpalo. Big thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
It's a delight to be here. Good afternoon.
All right, well, let's look at the backlash. Let's look at all that transpired in 2023, if we are to take a walk down memory lane. And of course, also look at the opposition politicians, that barricaded the National Assembly alongside the civil society activists, demanding that there should be a mandatory course for the bill then, seeking for the transmission of election results, at real time. But that seemed not to, go through. Of course, we are having some setback, in respect of the amendment not sinking in that direction of making it mandatory that election results must be, transmitted, at real time. What you see about the implications for this, looking at our democratic, outlook?
To my mind, we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. It's what I can refer to as civil rule or military rule garnished with civil flavor. That is what we are practicing in Nigeria. Because if we are to go by the spirit and letters of the Constitution, as provided for in Section 14, subsection 2, that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, sovereignty. Now the question is, where is the sovereignty that belongs to the people of Nigeria? That sovereignty can only be manifest when the people of Nigeria elect who becomes their leader or elect who governs them. That is when that sovereignty. At the point of the election or electing who becomes who governs the people of Nigeria, it simply means that the sovereignty that the people of Nigeria has, they donate it to whoever will rule them. So while the person rules them, the person becomes the servant of the people of Nigeria. But what we saw in the drama that just ensued, where Nigerians took to the streets in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where they demanded for just two things. One, electronic transmission of results. Two, at real time. And the legislature, including the executive, manipulated Nigerians, wherein they choose election could be transmitted electronically, but not at real time. And even at that, there's a caveat in section 3, in section 60 rather, subsection 3, that and what is the caveat? The caveat is that there could also be what do you call it now? The manual process. Manual collation, yeah. Collation of results. So you now discover that Nigerians want a situation where they can't govern, they can't elect rather, who govern them. But at this time, those who are at the end of affair now choose to tell Nigerians that, look, we have both the knife and the yam. And as such, we are going to lift the government above the people of Nigeria. And indeed, they just manifested it by lifting the government above the people of Nigeria. Wherein they refused, flagrantly refused, that they were not going to give the people of Nigeria what the people of Nigeria want. So vehemently, they took charge and now placed a caveat in line with what the Nigerians demand. What did they do? They succeeded in doing is you take one and we take one. And the essence of all of this drama we have seen in the electoral act just signed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is that they gave room for manipulation. And that is what they tend to do. And already we saw it, they tested it in the Federal Capital Territory Council election, where we saw a lot of drama. Yet they said that INEC is prepared. But once upon a time, we were told in this country that NCC told Nigerians that they have 93% network coverage in the whole of this country. If we can have 93%, it simply means that we have 7%. Then we can improve on the 93 to get the 100%, if that should be the issue, why that caveat was put in that law. But they refuse because they see it that it is not just the PO, the presiding officers during the elections, they will be controlled by those in power. We have already seen it, but again, it is a very terrible situation that Nigerians have found themselves. It shows that we don't want to improve in this country, and it shows that those just now who are at the end of affair just want to remain and stick onto power till God knows when.
But let's examine this constitutionally and logically. The implications is what we're about. Now, for the very fact that there's also an opportunity to bring about collation of results manually by virtue of the fact that it was not cast in stone that there must be, transmission of election results, at real time. It was even stated as real time, by the, Electoral Act. But the 2026 Electoral Act amendment is already done. By this, does it override the fact that there wouldn't be transmission of election results electronically?
Yes, that is just what they have succeeded in doing. But at the close of the day,
does the Act suggest that?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? It gives a window if there are issues for the electoral officials to fall back to manual collation. It doesn't close the very fact that it can be transmitted electronically. So is that what the Act says?
Mr. Philip, you know that what really opened the eyes of Nigeria to make that demand was the judgment of the Supreme Court in the last presidential election. In INEC rules, guidance and rules, it was stated that elections will be transmitted electronically. But the same INEC, at a point in the legislative National Assembly elections, nothing happened to the transmission of elections results electronically. It was the presidential.
Okay, but as at that time, it was just a rule.
It was a law.
It wasn't having the backing.
To my mind, it was a law.
Okay.
INEC rules and regulation is a law. It is not mere cosmetics.
But it was tested in court.
It was tested in court, and the court said it is mere cosmetics.
Exactly.
That is not a law.
So we can't go by that.
And that was
by virtue of that experience.
Yes, and that was what made Nigerians to say, okay, if it was a mere cosmetics and not a law, now we want it in the law. We want it to become a law. But again, we saw the caveat. Now, what that simply means is that the PO, that is a presiding officer, will be the one that will determine whether or not election results should be transferred electronically or manually. So
taking us back to where we were.
Yeah. So who controls the PO? How do the vote the electorate?
I don't want us to really look at this like we are being political about it.
No.
But I want us to disabuse our minds from the happenings in Nigeria or the experience in Africa, where some would say that, well, those who are in power are power drunk, and so basically we want to, run the office of that they occupy, towards personal aggrandizement. But away from that, can you see the good that comes with the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment?
I cannot see any good with it. The reason being that, in the words of Lord Akin, he said, and I quote, "Power intoxicates. Absolute power corrupts absolutely." We've come to witness in this military rule garnished with civil flavor, where one man controls everything. One man has made himself a demigod. That is the president. The constitution so gives the president so much power to the extent that the president of Nigeria can turn a man to a woman or a woman to a man. That is what the constitution provides for. And the president we have just now has taken advantage of that. We are seeing a lot of drama, decamping here and there. They want to infuse Nigeria, they want to force Nigeria to become a one-party state. See, not until Nigerians begin to elect who governs them, we are not going to make any progress. Yes, those in power will be telling you they are making progress. Why? Because they remain in power. So they are progressing. But what about the majority of Nigerians? Are the majority of Nigeria feeling? Are the majority of Nigeria experiencing? Are the majority of Nigeria witnessing the power, the progress that we are making? Yet, it is said that the people of Nigeria have sovereignty. It is the people of Nigeria who donate their power. Which power did the people of Nigeria donate? What power do they have to donate? When the people of Nigeria cannot elect, who govern them? So that is why we are saying that caveat was the master stroke. You don't put a caveat in a law. We are going to witness another legal tussle.
Okay.
And wherein the courts again will be tested whether or not who wins election in Nigeria. It's still going to go back. We don't want, Nigerians say we don't want a situation where it is a court that determines who wins an election for us. We Nigerians want to determine who wins an election. But here we are again. Matters will still go to court. And the court will interpret it in their own wisdom. That will now seem to be another drama. And Nigerians will begin to shout. Why is it? So we Nigerians wanted a situation where we will not have, where even a layman can interpret the law.
Thank you.
In the language that is ought to be. But just now, we are faced with another form of interpretation.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel Obakwolo. Well, he said the 2026 Electoral Act amendment never came with any good. But we're going to be taking a short break. And after which, we're going to test what he just said. Don't forget, the 2026 Electoral Act amendment is already a legal document, but it's also a factor by which we're going to be testing, the transparency of our elections and how credible the elections are. And basically, for the citizenry to build trust in the electoral umpire INEC, it's important that we look at this, with a microscopic eyes, critically, in order to, dissect and analyze all of this. My name is Philip Omo Gyukmo. We'll take a short break, and we'll be coming just shortly. Let's look at this 2026 Electoral Act amendment. A lot has been said concerning some good it came with. We understand that, the electoral official could suffer jail sentence if sensitive electoral documents are not, released by the resident electoral commissioner, for instance. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't think that's, Mr. Philip, let's be realistic.
And of course, also, which falls on the autonomy given to the electoral umpire in terms of, the financial ability to be able to carry out their budget without any unnecessary, hiccups, as that has been increased already. And then we also look at the, campaigns, the rules, the laws guiding the, financial limit at which campaigns will be done by various candidates. That again was also increased. The limit was also increased. I want you to look at this specifically. Would you say critically that this Electoral Act amendment didn't come with any good?
It didn't. Let me tell you, Philip. They tested the Electoral Act 2026 as amended was just tested in the FCT. We saw a situation where the FCT minister declared restriction, not INEC declared the restriction. The FCT minister declared the restriction. Is that not a flaw on that law? And himself that declared this restriction was moving up and down. After having said before that day that those who support President Ahmed Bola Tinubu should just go and vote, that they should leave the rest for him. So, what good has the Electoral Act come with? We are going to see another flagrant abuse of the law.
What about the ability to upload their voters card for new registrants?
What if they tell you that there is no network? As they are already conversing. That is what the problem is. Because they've given themselves the rule. INEC told us in the 2023 presidential election that there were glitches. We are going to see another form of supersonic glitches.
Are you saying that as being a pessimist?
Because I am saying it because of our experience.
Okay, so which means there's this lack of trust.
Yes, already. And I see it. Why, if I may ask, why the caveats? Why the excuse? Somebody argued, some of the politicians now who are in power, who are enjoying themselves and their family, argued that, oh, Nigeria, even in the so-called superpower nations like the United States of America, elections results are not determined at a real time. Can't Nigeria start it? We saw in Kenya.
Nigeria is a developing country.
No, but we saw in Kenya, a developing country.
Though not underdeveloped.
Where the court, the judiciary, gave opposition judgment in their favor. Even when there's a sitting party. We saw it in Kenya, but can that happen here in Nigeria?
But do you know that it's a huge gulf? Because you made mention of the American polity. Do you know that it's a huge gulf looking at the American polity and that of Nigeria comparatively, because they've gone developed while we're still being developed?
And what is the meaning of developing?
In the process.
In the process. So in the process, we can bring something new and showcase to the whole world. And the whole world can learn from Nigeria.
It's a far cry to pace it with the American polity. That's what I'm talking about.
That is what,
in spite of this, there are still some rooms for the American polity to also, look into another alternative outside transmission of election results electronically. If they can do that as a polity that is being developed, aren't you sure that this is what the lawmakers also saw and needed to, avoid anything that would bring about an ugly incident in the nearest future? Don't forget, we are a heterogeneous people. We have different cultures, different languages, different people trying to come together as one Nigeria. That could also be the reason, logically, why it has to be panned out in that direction. I want you to speak on this.
In America, 50 countries make up America. 50 states make up the United States of America. With different cultures.
That could be the reason why they didn't cast it in stone. So that again could also be a reason why the Nigerian government should also be very careful in rolling out that in the Amendment Act.
In America, they conduct electronic voting. Can we do that here?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we will have another opportunity to really brainstorm on this. Big thanks, Emmanuel, for always having time to discuss with us whenever we call on you. There's a much you can take on Law and You. I'm Philip Amo Gupon. We'll see you on the next one. Bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Ahwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game.
Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Ahwe seed. Ayo or Ahwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Ahwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Coming up on the network news tonight, Edo police arrest 7 suspects over attack in Ogbeson community. Benin tenants protest after landlord allegedly dismantles roof over eviction dispute. PDP crisis worsen as appeal court upholds judgment nullifying Ibadan convention. IGP warns DIGs against indiscipline. Lagos Police Commissioner says a Coast Strike Force recovers 111 firearms in 1 year. We're broadcasting live on independent television. This is the Network News. I am Lawrence Osifo in our Benin Network Center. And joining me in our Abuja Network Center, I have Joyce Ikogu tonight. Joyce, good evening, and it's good to have you on the news.
Many thanks, Lawrence. Good evening, and good evening to all of you in audience.
Thank you very much. And in Lagos, we have Messelina Onkwo standing by from our Lagos Network Center. Messi, good evening, and it's a great delight to have you tonight on the news.
Beautiful evening to you, Lawrence. Good to see you tonight.
Thank you very much. And we'll begin in earnest here in Benin, where the Edo State Police Command says 7 suspects has been arrested in connection with the shootout that caused mayhem and left several persons, including a police officer, injured during the inauguration of Ogwidion, popularly known as Elders Council Chamber in Ogbeson community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. This was disclosed by the Edo State Police Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Nkiruwem Ikoidem, while updating journalists on the progress of investigation and addressing allegations that emerged following the incident. ITV's crime correspondent, Jolade Ojo, has more.
Some people from Igboshodi, led by one Monday Edokbolo, and some members of Nigeria Police and some vigilantes, they came to this community, start shooting periodically, and it's unacceptable.
Eyewitnesses to the violence giving vivid account of what transpired during the shooting. Reacting to the allegations, Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command, ASP Eno Ikoedem, explained that Ogbeson and Igboshodi communities have had a long-standing communal dispute. According to our operatives of the Intelligence Response Team, accompanied by some members of the Igboshodi community, because of the petition by them, visited Ogbeson on Saturday to invite certain community elders for questioning in a bid to resolve dispute. However, the police spokesperson said, upon citing the operatives, some hoodlums within the Ogbeson community allegedly opened fire on the officers. 2 police officers are currently said to be receiving treatment at a police medical facility following injuries sustained during the attack. ASP Eno Ikoedem revealed that 7 suspects, including the alleged ringleader, identified as Sunday and Monigo, have been arrested.
A pump action recovered, and also an axe
used on the police officers. And we also have some cartridges recovered from the same community. We also have in custody 6 other suspects linked to this attack on police officers. The Edo State Police Command, under the leadership of CP Monday Agbonika, reiterates that the command has zero tolerance for attack on police officers. Any attack on police officer will be viewed seriously, and communal war of any kind will not be tolerated in the state.
The situation, however, seems to be a case of accusations and counter-accusations between Ogbeson people in one hand, the police and the Gorsodin people on the other hand, over the shooting, which Ogbeson people say most of their natives are the receiving end. Jola Diljo, ITV News.
And on the network news tonight, we'll be joined by Professor Path Utomi, who is a political economist and a former presidential candidate. And he's joining us virtually from Anambra State. Prof, good evening and good to have you on the news tonight.
Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. All right, considering the recent wave of attacks and the defection of several high-profile politicians to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, what do you think is the fate of the opposition of Nigeria, or in Nigeria, ahead of the 2027 general elections? We also saw one that happened today in Zamfara State, where the governor has also decamped from the PDP to the APC.
Well, there is nothing that is happening to the fate of the opposition. There is something that is happening to the fate of Nigeria. Democracy is moving to an end, very sadly. We now have a situation where a majority of the political actors have shown that they are not Democrats. They don't understand what democracy is about. And so they look at where they can be part of a bounty sharing gang. And so they head there, which may be a very good thing for Nigeria, because my general feeling is that, God is at work here, that God probably wants all of them to come into one boat, and then he will sink the boat, and Nigerians will be free. We have a very sorry and sad situation where democracy is not working for Nigeria. The political actors are using Nigeria's resources not to alleviate the challenges of life for Nigerians, but for self-aggrandizement. And they imagine that if they go under one camp where they are assured that whatever sins they committed will not be held against them, that they will be safe. Well, they obviously haven't read history, because they're about to find out how history manages to unfold. The entire political class are now fully engaged against the Nigerian people. There isn't any opposition, there's the Nigerian people as the opposition. And if you see how it's beginning to manifest itself, there is a global group started from the US, includes several African scholars. It's called the Afrobarometer. They measure attitude towards democracy on the continent of Africa, just like the Latin American one. What the barometer has been reading is that Nigerians want democracy badly, but they see what they have as not being democracy. This is not Pat Utomi speaking. This is the Afrobarometer measure year on year. So the data is there. Democracy has failed in Nigeria so far. And all this business of...
Looking at the most recent one, which is the Electoral Amended Act that was passed recently by the Senate, despite the opposition from many Nigerians, particularly regarding the issues of electronic transmission of results in real times, what is your reaction to this development ahead of the 2027 general election as well?
Yeah, just reinforcing the point that I have made, the Nigerian people, most Nigerian people want that electronic transmission. The Nigerian politicians who want to rig don't want it. The elections have taken place. The vote is the Nigerian people who want to go in one direction. Nigerian politicians don't want to go in that direction. Is it the tail wagging the dog or the dog wagging the tail? We have reached a point where we assume that might is right and that they can get away with murder, but let them go and look at history and see what happened to people who have gone the way that they are going. Second thing is that the country is losing elders. It doesn't have elders anymore, because when the country has elders, there are elders who will call order to say, look, the way we're going is not the way that our country can make progress by. Let us rethink the way we are going. If there isn't enough of that being said, it means the country doesn't even have elders anymore. And a country without elders is truly crippled. That's where we are. But I assure you that people will be surprised, because this entire class of people who have moved into APC, the Nigerian people will wipe them out as political actors completely, for good, permanently. Watch it.
Prof, for your time joining us tonight on the news. We appreciate your time, Prof.
You're welcome.
I'm Professor Pat Utomi, a former presidential aspirant and a political economist there talking to us. And moving on the news, where Senator Monday Ukpebolo has performed the official groundbreaking ceremony for the 100 megawatts Taihu Industrial Park and the 300 metric tons per day liquefied natural gas LNG processing plant in Olugbo, in the Ikpobaka local government area of Edo State. The project, when completed in 6 months, is expected to provide stable and reliable supply for domestic energy supply and industrial development to the city and the state. As Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu brings the details of that report shortly.
The groundbreaking of the 100 megawatts Taihu Olugbo power generation plant and the 300 metric tons per day LNG processing plant in Olugbo, Ikpobaka local government area, marks a milestone in making Edo a hub for reliable power generation, industrial growth, and sustainable economic development. Governor Bolo said the investment aims at ensuring energy security and economic transformation, assuring that the state government has provided the necessary incentives for the investment to thrive, leveraging on the power sector bill recently signed into law.
Power is the backbone of industrialization. With this power plant, we are creating an ecosystem friendly for manufacturing, job creation, and sustainable economic growth in Edo State. To the host community, I urge you to continue to demonstrate hospitality, for which we are known for.
Representative of the Managing Director, Taihu Benin Industrial Park, Jiang Fan, assured that the project beyond infrastructure represents reliable power supply for industries, community, cleaner and efficient energy.
This project is about people. It's about creating jobs during construction and operation, supporting host community development, and generating revenue and the long-term value for Edo State.
Acting Chairman, Ikpobaka Local Government Area, Eric Sino Osawaru, and representative of CCETC, Odion Omofonwa, described the development as Edo State's journey towards delivering reliable power.
This project will significantly contribute to the improving energy availability, stimulating industrial activities, and creating new economic opportunities for our people.
Congratulate Your Excellency on this landmark achievement. You're proving that with the right laws and right will, Edo State can power its own destiny.
The phase 1 of the Taihu Benin Industrial Park, which covers an area of 29 hectares, is developed by CCETC with a 6-month completion period. From Olugbo in Ikpobaka local government area, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
And the Federal High Court sitting in Benin City has adjourned the hearing of the aiding of suicide case of Lillian Omokwale, daughter of the Chief Executive Officer of Uyi Technical Conglomerate, to 6th of May 2026. Jonah Omorowa, who was at the Federal High Court in Benin City, brings us the details.
At the resumed hearing on Monday, the prosecuting counsel, Polycarp Odion, applied for another date for hearing since the time given to the defendant Jessica Igodala to appear in court is still counting. He said the next hearing date will enable him apply for the Administration of Criminal Justice Act if the defendant refuses to appear before the expiration of the 30-day summon. In their separate remarks after the presiding judge, Justice B.O. Kadri, adjourned the case to May 6, 2026, counsel to the nominal complainant, Douglas Ubonkwa, and counsel to the defendant, Dele Gbenedion, were optimistic of victory at the end of the case.
The next step, we'll have to follow Section 80 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act.
that will be the attachment of the property of the defendant as an absconding defendant. That's what the law says. Properties known or traceable to her will be attached and will be at the disposal of the court pending the hearing and determination of the matter.
We are waiting for them to call their witnesses. I am waiting to see witnesses.
Hearing continues. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Edo State Police Command has commenced physical and credential screening exercise for candidates participating in the ongoing recruitment of 50,000 constables into the force nationwide. The exercise, which took place at the Ogida Police Training School in Benin City, the Edo State capital, was monitored by senior officials, including the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of Mobile Force, Jombu Chata, and the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the Police Service Commission, Joel Akoko, to ensure a transparent and credible process. Jola Deojo has more.
The physical and credential screening of 50,000 Nigerians seeking recruitment into the Nigerian police force as constables has commenced simultaneously across the 36 states of the Federation. In Edo State, the exercise is being conducted in Benin City, where a large number of applicants turned out at the Ogida Police Training School, which serves as a venue for the screening exercise. In his remarks, the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the Police Service Commission, Joel Akuku, alongside the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the Mobile Force, NPF, John Paul Echata, said applicants who are experiencing challenges accessing their invitation letters will not be excluded from the process as long as their submission slips bear the word qualified. They also expressed appreciation to the Edo State government and the Commissioner of Police for the support provided towards the successful conduct of the exercise.
Edo State has a total number of applicants of about 4,322, and we are going to be here for the next 6 weeks on a daily basis to ensure that our people are duly captured and enrolled properly into the Nigerian police force.
The Service Commission have seen the hitch. We want to thank the Edo State government and the Command CP equally for all the necessary assistance they've rendered in making this assignment a seamless one.
Meanwhile, Edo State Police Public Relations Officer ASP Eno Ekoedem advised candidates who are unable to locate their invitation letters to forward their submission slips to the email address provided for necessary action.
We have the recruits all here ready, and the screening has commenced, like I said. Our officials are on ground doing their due diligence.
She reiterated that the recruitment exercise is completely free of charge and will continue till April 18, 2026. From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Yes, still on to the network news broadcasting live on independent television. It's now time for us to hand you over to Joyce Ikogu in our Abuja Network Center to bring us more exciting and interesting stories from the federal capital. Joyce, take it away from here.
Many thanks, Lawrence. And from our Abuja Network Center, the Court of Appeals sitting in Abuja has affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court, Abuja, which nullified the People's Democratic Party National Convention held on November 15 and 16 in Ibadan, Oyo State, that produced Kabiru Tanimu Turaki as the national chairman of the party. In a judgment by a three-member panel of the appellate court, led by Justice Mohammed Danjuma, upheld the decision of the trial court presided over by Justice James Omotosho, which had earlier restrained the conduct of the convention. Joseph Kadri completes the report.
The main matter of the proceeding at the Court of Appeal was to determine the legality of the PDP National Convention held in Ibadan, which produced Kabiru Turaki SAN and other members of the National Working Committee. In its judgment, the appellate court led by Justice Mohammed Nanjuma agreed with the lower court that the party failed to conduct the requisite congresses preceding the convention in line with its constitutional provisions. The panel also dismissed the argument by Turaki faction that the matter was purely an internal affairs of the party and therefore not subject to judicial intervention. The court further upheld the earlier judgment of the Federal High Court nullifying the convention ruling on the preliminary objections. The appellate court held that the Federal High Court had the requisite jurisdiction to entertain the suit challenging the legality of Ibadan Convention. Justice Danjuma, who delivered the lead judgment, ruled that issues relating to compliance with party constitutions and procedures are justiciable when they affect the rights of party members. The court also dismissed the preliminary objection raised by the respondent, aligned with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who had argued that Chris Uche was not properly authorized to represent the PDP in the matter. The appellate court held that the objection lacked merit, noting that the former national legal advisor of the party, Kamaldeen Ajibade, and others had earlier been suspended by his National Working Committee. After the judgment, Turaki and Samuel Anyanwu spoke to journalists.
Our courts have no business in meddling into matters that are purely political.
The affirmation of nullification of the Ibadan PDP convention by the Court of Appeal has come to stay. The only option left for the Turaki-led PDP is to approach the Supreme Court. From the Court of Appeal here in Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And now to the matters. The Inspector General of Police on Monday charged newly decorated Deputy Inspectors General of Police on discipline, transparency and fairness in their new responsibilities. Security correspondent John Tainer reports that IGP gave the charge at the decoration ceremony of the new 8 DIGs at the force headquarters in Abuja.
Last week, the Police Service Commission elevated 8 Assistant Inspectors General of Police to the rank of Deputy Inspectors General of Police. The new Deputy Inspector General of Police are expected to form the new police management team that will work closely with the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu. The police boss, Disu, while decorating the officers, says the senior officers must imbibe the leadership qualities of discipline and transparency.
In this regard, I charge you to bring to bear your vast experience in strengthening intelligence-led policing, deepening interagency cooperation, enhancing operational coordination across commands, and reinforcing accountability within the ranks. Your leadership must inspire confidence within the force and trust among citizens we are sworn to protect. Let your tenure at this level be defined by discipline, fairness, transparency, and service.
Meanwhile, a former retired Commissioner of Police, Lawrence Alobi, insisted that the police must wake up to its responsibility in internal security.
You have to work hard as a team. And your loyalty is, like Obasanjo will say, 100%, not 99.9. But you're loyal to the IG. And as you have to take charge, you have to assert yourself. You have to be assertive as a leader. Conquer fear. You must distinguish yourself as officer of the Nigerian Police Force. The first 9 is in your hands. You can make it or mar it.
This ceremony serves as a clarion call for all of us to prepare for the tasks and challenges ahead of us. On this note, I want to thank all of you for coming here to join us.
The elevation and subsequent decoration of these senior officers to new ranks is expected to serve as a morale booster for more commitment to greater policing of the nation. From Abuja, John Tainer, ITV News.
The South African has pledged stronger collaboration with the Nigerian in confronting emerging digital threats within the evolving global security landscape. Defense correspondent John Tainer reports that the Chief of the South African Army, Lieutenant General Laurie Bathurst, stated this during his visit to the Nigerian Army's Fair Command in Muhammadu Buhari Cantonment in Giri, Abuja.
A visit of the South African Army Chief, Lieutenant General Lawrence Mbata, to Nigeria provided a platform for the two armies to explore areas that can be harnessed in strengthening defense cooperation. The visit of the South African Army delegation to the Nigerian Army Cyber Warfare Command at Muhammadu Buhari Cantonment in Giri, Abuja, highlighted the long-standing historical and military ties between Nigeria and South Africa, as both countries' personnel has previously undergone training in Nigeria. Speaking, the South African Army Chief praised the Nigerian Army Cyber Warfare Command for the remarkable progress it has recorded since its establishment in 2020.
Based on the mandate
the provisioning of forces which is from the regular forces. From the forefront, it is quite clear. Not only is it a concept, but it is now a reality that I have employed in my strategic environment.
Know that as nations, Nigeria and South Africa have a shared issue like we were discussing on our way here.
The South African Army delegation also visited the National Defense College in Abuja, where areas of professional military training were highlighted.
We have provided a valuable opportunity for our participants to interact with you, sir, and your distinguished team, to draw from your vast operational and strategic experience.
And out of the 3 institutions, including the National Defense College that we have visited, it has enriched us, it has empowered us.
The South African delegation also visited the Nigerian Army Resource Center as part of efforts to further strengthen its defense cooperation with the Nigerian Army. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
For more news on ITV's network, we now take you to our Lagos Network Center where Messalina is standing by. Over to you, Messi.
Many thanks, Joyce, from our Lagos Network Center. The Lagos State Police Command says its Coast Strikes Force team has recovered 111 assaulted firearms from criminals within the space of 1 year. The state's Commissioner of Police, CP Jimon Moshood, made this known during the inauguration of the Coast Strike Force headquarters in Shomolu local government area of the state. Ibuji Aquaria has the details.
Inaugurating the newly built Coast Strike Force headquarters provided by the Shomolu local government area, the State Commissioner of Police, CP Jimon Moshood, displayed 111 assorted firearms recovered over the past 1 year. He said the Coast Strike Force has been complementing the efforts of other crime prevention squads in the state. The police commissioner added that aside from a few self-arranged kidnapping cases, Lagos State has not recorded any major kidnapping incident and called on the local authority to continue to support the police in the fight against crime.
With the cooperation and effort of the people of Lagos State, we have removed violent crime completely out of Lagos. I make bold to say that as there's no any case of kidnapping in Lagos. As I speak, there's no anybody that is in the kidnappers' den. From Agua to Ekpe, to Ikorodu, to Ikosi, virtually all the local training, even in the waterline area, we have made massive deployment on those areas.
Commenting on criminal activities in the state, the chairman of Shomolu local government area, Honorable Lateef Ashimi, said the Commissioner of Police and his team have significantly reduced crime in the local government and across the state.
Our emergence in our own local government here, we've been trying to engage our youth regularly to sensitize them and change their orientation so that everybody will be taken away from the street or from all these nefarious activities that will have been carried out in our community.
The police commissioner also used the opportunity to commend the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for supporting the police and giving them the free hand to perform their duties effectively. From Lagos, Ibuji Korea, ITV News.
You're still on to the network news on independent television. We'll take a break to bring you more reports after the break shortly. Stay with us. And thank you so much for staying with us on the network news. And moving on, where an unusual situation has been reported on Chris Mary Street off Textile Mill Road in Benin City, the Edo State capital, where tenants are crying out after the roof of their apartment was allegedly removed by the new landlord. The tenant says that the action followed their inability to vacate the building after being served 1 month notice to quit, leaving their property exposed to heavy rainfall, which has caused significant damage to their properties. Fusa Umangwe has the details.
What began as a landlord-tenant disagreement reportedly escalated when the roof of the building was removed after the expiration of a 1-month quick notice allegedly issued to the occupants. Some of the affected tenants, Florence Gabriel and Omo Isibo, who narrated their ordeal, said the problem started when a man identified as Mr. Abu informed them that he had purchased the property. According to them, the new owner initially held a meeting with the tenants and promised that the house would be renovated. However, they claimed he later reversed the decision and instructed them to vacate the premises within 1 month. The tenants further alleged that after the expiration of the notice, the roof of the building was removed in an attempt to force them out of the house.
Give us quick notice 1 month. Now everybody they find houses. For play they said 1 million, 800, 900. 700 and me no fear, but I find the one way cheap. I find house. Now my son come and say, "Mommy, they don't come. Oh, say they don't pack your chair. Come outside. Oh, say they eat before. Now I don't cook my lock door. When I didn't come, I miss my chair. They outside. He said he go deal with us. He carry cutlass for him to walk around the door. And today they come out this day. That's why they bust the ceiling. So look now we go station. This people don't let us make this statement. Before I come out now, I miss they fall. All my load, he wet up. Everything. I don't get papa, I don't get mama. They pay only me, I have only one pick. I mean they take care. All my property don't waste. Now I know I take back my property for me. All my television, all my phone.
As we say, we want meeting now. We dey wait for her to hold the meeting. You know, wait for the meeting. Go ask the agent where they junction. They first day. If you see this one, it's all don't enter there. There's no vacancy.
Efforts to reach Mr. Abu for comments were unsuccessful. A call placed to his wife's phone was connected, but the line went dead when the issue was raised. However, a source familiar with the matter claimed the new landlord had repeatedly warned the tenants to vacate the property, but they failed to comply. The affected tenants are now calling on relevant authorities to intervene in the situation. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Egbai community of Upper Siloko Road in Benin City came alive for celebration as Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites was officially opened along Odion Street on Saturday. His Ohunamore report that the colorful ceremony drew friends, family members, community leaders, and well-wishers to witness the launch of the new hospitality facility. The report by Ehis is presented by Joy Obaresiagbo.
The Chief Executive Officer of Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites, a prophet of God, Nosa Orui, was welcomed into the venue with lively dance performances by well-wishers, creating an atmosphere of excitement as guests celebrate the milestone. Prophet Nosa Orui said the vision behind the project is to create a serene environment where people can relax, lodge, and socialize, while also contributing to economic growth and employment opportunities within the community.
God told me to plan this hotel in this place so that people will know God is using prophets to establish. What God did here, less than 7 months, this place was planted.
We are very happy now. I'm rejoicing. I'm thanking what the Lord has done in my life and in the life of my husband.
Residents and guests at the event commended the initiative, noting that such investment will not only promote hospitality services, but also create employment opportunities for youth in the area.
This is first of its kind in the whole of Celestial Fold. Most times Celestials don't really know how to invest. That's not the truth. They don't understand that it's not all about church. No, it's about putting something worthy on ground that could be of immense benefit to everybody.
Come here, come and follow and celebrate them. It will help many people for the streets, for everywhere.
Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites features a modern lounge, a standard swimming pool for relaxation, and over 20 well-furnished rooms designed to provide comfortable accommodation for visitors and residents seeking quality hospitality services. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The consultation process by Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizua with APC chieftain at the local government areas was rounded off in Eastern Central Local Government Area on Sunday, where he met with leaders and executives of the APC in Irua to declare his intention to contest for the House of Representatives seats in the 2027 general elections. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omija reported that the APC members across the local government area gathered in their numbers to welcome Honorable Ehizua.
Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizua
and his campaign team arrived at Igweben, where he met with APC leaders and executives who patiently waited to receive him at the party secretariat. Honorable Matthias Ehizwa, while consulting with the leadership of the party, assured them of his passion for the development of Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency, if nominated and elected.
I want to thank you all for welcoming me and to let you know officially that I'm an aspirant for the office of House of Rep in Abuja. Thank you.
Receiving the aspirant and his supporters, APC chairman in Igweben local government, Honorable Chris Eni, assured him of their support, while prayers were offered by Chief Hansen Ekme for the success of his political aspiration.
By the grace of God, we are not just here for our sake. We listen to the voice of the leaders and from the party. I'm not here alone. I also discuss with our people. So on that ground, you are very welcome.
So Igweben people are going to be supporting me. That is how optimistic I am. And we have Igweben by our side. We also have Ekpoma, because I'm also from Ekpoma. So Esan West is also on my side as well. And the same thing with Irua, Esan Central, they're also on my side. My wife is also from there. So I'm very proud of this opportunity. That's why we are running with the slogan, Esan Trinity is here. So I'm very confident that I'm a developer, and I'm going to develop Igweben and also other local governments within the Esan Central, Igweben, and the Esan West. That's why I'm very confident today.
Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa is aspiring for the position of Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency seat.
The declaration by Honorable Matthias Ehizwa continues in Esan Central Local Government. From APC Secretariat in Igweben, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The heir apparent and Oba-elect of Agbede Aviele clan in Isako West Local Government area of Edo State in Edo North, Prince Abdul Latif Mohammed Sani Momodu, have again appealed to the Edo State government and relevant authorities to address the kingship stool tussle in order to avert crisis. Edo North Bureau Chief Mark Donadirunoka report that Prince Abdul Latif Momodu made the appeal while fielding questions over imminent violent crisis that could erupt over the lingering kingship stool in the area.
Prince Abdul Latif Mohammed Sani Momodu, the heir apparent and Oba-elect of Agbede, made reference to his compliance with the process of enthroning a new Oba since the death of his father, His Royal Highness Alhaji Musa Sani Momodu, in 2018 to date. He displayed court documents and statements issued by Edo State Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs on the matter, and how the process of electing a new Oba should be conducted prior to government approval.
And this is a letter which the Commissioner for Local Government Chieftaincy Affairs stopped the turbaning, because let me read briefly. It said, suspension of turban ceremony of the Oba of Agbede. I wish to refer to the above subject and to inform you that following the security report at the disposal of the ministry, the turbaning of the Oba of Agbede and other related chieftaincy activities in Agbede be put on hold forthwith, pending the provisional clearance from the appropriate quarters.
Prince Abdul Latif Momodu clarified that it is his right to be installed as the rightful candidate for the throne and not his younger brother, Prince Shayahu Momodu, who has been parading himself as the Oba of Agbede and the paramount ruler of Aviele clan in defiance of government directive and the restraining court order issued on the 10th of February 2026.
The court granted me an injunction restraining my brother and his people, the same for parading himself as Oba. But to my surprise and disappointment, he is flouting the law, because he's still going to the palace and carrying out the activities of the Oba, which the court has stopped. So automatically what he's doing is that it's conduct of court. I'm waiting for the court to do the needful on this issue, since there's an existing court injunction against him.
Prince Abdul Latif Momodu is the eldest son of the late Oba of Agbede, Alhaji Musa Sani Momodu, of the Ategbeda royal family. From Agbede, in Isako West Local Government area of Edo North, McDonald Runokai, ITV News.
The Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital along Uselu Lagos Road in Benin City has commenced a 5-day induction and training program for 61 newly recruited staff members. The new employees, made up of medical doctors, nurses, dietitians, pharmacists, and other professionals, are expected to help bridge the manpower gap created by retirement and migration of health workers abroad. Joy Obarisiagmo has more.
According to the medical director of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital Benin, Dr. Imafidon Agbonile, the 61 workers represent the first batch in the hospital's ongoing recruitment exercise. He urged the new staff to adhere strictly to the ethics of the medical profession and the culture of the Nigerian civil service, stressing that their primary responsibility is to deliver quality health care to patients.
The essence of this induction is to introduce you to the public service. As far as you accepted the job, then you must accept the responsibility that go with the job. When you take up the job, give it to your best. Forget what people say, it doesn't matter. You see, we've had people who started here and they are in better places, all right? Whatever you do, whether it's good or bad, people are watching.
Heads of various departments in the hospital also welcomed the recruits and advised them to imbibe the institution's core values, particularly during their probation period.
This hospital is known for effective service delivery. It's important that you take all our clients, whether the one coming before you or the ones that are coming from home for our services, you take them very importantly.
A lot of information has been passed on to you. We hope you will internalize this information.
The vision of this hospital is to develop subspecialties in geriatrics, forensic, community addiction, child and adolescent psychiatry, while providing excellent services in psychotherapy using modern equipment and technology.
The management says the recruitment exercise will strengthen the hospital's workforce and improve the delivery of psychiatric healthcare services to the public. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
And elders of Utesi community in Ward 8 of Ikbobaka local government area of Edo State have set up a land verification and certification committee to address issues of land ownership and documentation in the area. The decision was reached during a meeting of elders and youths held at the Utesi Community Town Hall. Patience Osarugiwa finds in more report.
The meeting brought together elders and residents to deliberate on issues concerning the growth and development of Utesi community. Speaking at the gathering, the Odionwe of the community, Pa Benson Dubois, said the committee was constituted to ensure proper verification and authentication of land documents in order to prevent disputes and illegal land transactions.
They should go ahead.
The committee will be chaired by the community's legal advisor, Barrister Sonny Akele. Other members include Yokaigele of Utesi, Mr. Osas Irona, and the president of the Edo State Sawmillers Association, Comrade Friday Aigokian.
It was resolved unanimously that those people or purported owners are hereby invited to verify or certify their purported land in Utesi community.
They have to come with their documents to the Utesi community to verify the rightful owner of the land.
We will not support the idea of our land being indiscriminately used by unknown persons. We want the verification of land from prospective buyers to come with their documents.
Community elders also directed all landowners in Utesi to present their original land documents for verification on or before March 21, 2026. They warned that failure to comply with the directive will attract sanctions from the community leadership.
We have given authority to the committees to verify lands in Utesi.
There must be a verification of our landed properties. I want to know those who have acquired land from us legally and illegally.
The committee is expected to work closely with community elders and relevant authorities to verify existing land documents and clarify legitimate land owners. From Utesi community in Ikbobaka local government area, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
A few months after two medical doctors were kidnapped with one murdered at Ebira camp along Igara Road in Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Esako West local government area of Edo State, kidnappers again struck in the neighborhood. Edo North correspondent and Bureau Chief McDonald Irunoka reports that the target of the kidnappers, Mr. Victor Yama, although escaped with gunshot injuries, and three young female relatives staying with him were also abducted.
narrating his encounter with the kidnappers at a hospital where he is receiving treatment. Mr. Victor Yama, who spoke off camera, said on the fateful day he noticed an unusual movement when he was to drive into the compound. He said on sighting the strangers armed with sophisticated weapons, he quickly dashed into the car, despite several warnings to come out or be shot. He said although several shots were fired at his jeep, he managed to escape until he got to a military checkpoint close to the neighborhood. The kidnappers, apparently out of frustration to kidnap their target, abducted the 3 young female relatives staying with him. Sister Ms. Rosalie Yama, a mother to one of the abducted guests, appealed to security agencies to rescue the victims who are still in captivity.
The way they came, my brother said when he saw them through his VR mirror, side mirror, they dressed like vigilantes. That somebody sent them there. They said it that somebody sent them to come to my brother's house. They don't know my brother. I beg the whole world. I beg the name of God. I beg everybody. Please help me. I don't have any other child. The only child I have there is Stephanie.
Reacting, the Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command, ASP, Eno Ikwedem, confirmed the tragic incident, revealing that the Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, has led reinforcements to Auchi to commence an aggressive bush-combing operation along the deployment of technology to facilitate the safe rescue of the victims.
The Edo State Command is also issuing a warning to all kidnappers out there that Edo State is not a safe haven for you. So it is either you repent or you stand. The long arm of the law will definitely catch up with you.
From Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Isako West Local Government Area of Edo, McDonald Runoka, ITV News.
And in the international scene, where tensions in the Middle East have escalated after Iran fired missiles at Israel and several Gulf countries following the appointment of a new supreme leader. Iranian clerics named Mojtaba Al-Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader after the death of his father, Ali Khamenei. And to the exciting world of sports, let's join our sport correspondent, Solomon Aina, for more details.
And on sport news, the Confederation of African Football CAF President Patrick Motsepe has announced a $2 million increase in prize money for the winner of the Champions League and Confederation Cup. Winner of the 2025-26 CAF Champions League will receive $6 million, a 50% increase, while the winner in the CAF Confederation Cup will receive $4 million, a 100% increase. In 5 years of Motsepe's leadership of CAF, the prize money for the winner of the CAF Champions League has increased from $2.5 million to $6 million, a 140% increase. In the same period, the prize money for the winner of the CAF Confederation Cup has increased from $1.2 million to $4 million, a 220% increase. The latest increases take the overall prize money and solidarity payments to African club to over $42 million per season, an increase of 114% since Motsepe was elected CAF president. Comparatively, in 2021, CAF allocated $18.8 million in total cash for clubs in prize money. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon. I know.
And we're down to call it a wrap on the ITV Network News for tonight. And on behalf of my colleagues in Lagos and in Abuja, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Okay, now very good afternoon to you and welcome to the program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokogi. You're welcome to Monday and the edition that will discuss issues on the continent of Africa. And we are still looking at the impact of the US-Israel war and Iran, and looking at how best we can actually go through all this. There's no doubt that it is having a toll on our business sector in Africa. Well, our guest on the program this afternoon is a lecturer and of course somebody that knows his onions when it comes to business activities and analyzing business in Nigeria and even in Africa. Please join me to welcome Ewere Okunta. He is a lecturer with the Department of Business Administration at the University of Delta in Agbo, Unidel. Mr. Ewere, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
So thank you for having me, Mr. Evans.
Because we appreciate the fact that you are joining the program today. I mean, all the way from Agbo, you are joining us virtually on the program this afternoon. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Well, some of the information that we are following now as it relates to the US-Iran war is that the tension over there is rising, there's no doubt, as Gulf states weigh investment decisions amid growing US-Iran conflicts, raising concerns over future funding for African projects. And we also understand that rising tensions between the US and Iran are prompting Gulf states to review their overseas investment strategies with potential consequences for financing in Africa. And also, too, that regional officials are evaluating whether ongoing conflicts could force a shift in priorities as military activities and security risks grow across the Middle East and other parts of the world. Now, what we are saying in essence is that there's no doubt that the war between the US and, of course, Iran and also Israel now is having a toll around the world. Now, some of the ripple effects that we're having is already having a toll in Africa. Well, there are so many sectors that, is affecting already, but the one that seems to be very, very glaring, the one that seems to be very, very conspicuous, I would say now, is the effect it's having in the oil sector and, of course, the energy sector. In parts of Nigeria, a liter of fuel is already selling for above 1,000 naira. Just only this morning in Benin City, we understand that a liter of fuel is sold for 1,010 naira as against how it was sold yesterday. Yesterday it was about 1,050 naira, but this morning it's already sold for 1,010 naira. So it shows that the price of fuel keeps on increasing by the hour, and that's just the way it is. All right, so Mr. Ewere Okunta, now please help us debunk what you think is going on. In the first place, what are your impressions about the war going between Iran, the US, and also we have Israel as part of the war? What are your impressions?
The war between the United States and Iran has escalated after American and Israel strikes on Iranian strategic targets. Iran retaliated by attacking on shipping and military bases of another energy infrastructure across the Gulf. The biggest global concern now is the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly 20% of the world oil supply flows. When conflict threatens this route, the entire global economy reacts instantly. And that is what is affecting almost every part of the globe economically, as regards the high increase in the petroleum products. These are the major concerns for now.
As you said, that there's no doubt is already having a toll in the petroleum sector that all parts of the world is already reacting. But here in Nigeria, Nigerians are, finding it difficult to understand because Nigeria is an oil-producing country. Ordinarily, it ought not to be part of what is going on. So can you help us throw more light on how you think the war between Iran and U.S. is affecting even the oil sector in Nigeria?
Well, the war is seriously affecting the oil sector in Nigeria as a result of heavy dependence on imported refined fuel. So Nigeria is supposed to be a crude oil exporting country because we have enough crude. But unfortunately, we don't have enough refinery. If not for the Dangote refineries now, So Nigeria, we export enough crude and import refined products. And this is telling more on the Nigerian economy. As a result of another problem is we depend more on logistics from the Middle East shipping routes. Not only that, our currency and debt level is very, very fragile. So any shock on this, anything that happens on the oil sector definitely affects the whole of Nigerian economy. Thank you very much.
All right, now, now let us look at, because we understand that the Gulf states, the investments of the Gulf states in Africa, stands above $100 billion US. And with what is going on now, it actually shows that if this continues, that these countries may not be able to recover. I mean, we understand how the strikes have been affecting, even affecting oil installations and all that. Now, are we looking at a situation that maybe after this war, all these investments, the investments of the Gulf states in Africa, investments as in energy, in oil production and all that, that there may be waste, because we are told from information that we gather that Iran has begun to, blast, strike oil installations even in the Gulf states, destroy oil installations even in the Gulf states. So what we are looking at, are we looking at a situation whereby these Gulf states will just fold their hands and allow all these investments to go down the drain?
So definitely they will not just watch Iran destroying their critical oil infrastructure. This has a lot of business implications for Nigeria. One, there is going to be the transportation is going to be more expensive. There is going to be rising electricity costs. Manufacturing costs will also increase, and more food distribution will become very, very expensive. So generally, this thing is not a joke. It's affecting the Nigerian economy in one way or the other. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now, so let's bring it down a little bit to domesticate it. I mean, you are a lecturer with the Department of Business Administration at the University of Delta in Agbo. Now, ordinarily on the local, let's say local business scene in Nigeria, the cost of goods and services seems to still remain the way they were. But the fear is that if the price of fuel goes up, just like what I said a while ago, that in Benin, we're already having a situation whereby the cost of per liter of petrol is about 1,010 naira. And so if this persists now, what it shows is that the cost of goods and services will definitely increase. Now, what do you think Nigeria as a nation should begin to do now? Let's start from Nigeria first. Maybe we'll extend it to other parts of the continent, to the other parts of Africa.
Definitely, we need to increase our capacity on local refining. Thanks to the Dangote refinery, we need to give him the whole encouragement and support that he needs so that we'll be able to meet up with the local requirement of our petroleum products. As at this morning in Nabo, a liter of petrol is now being sold for 1,100 naira. That is not going to be an easy thing. And believe you me, transporters have already started complaining. And you know the Nigerian factor. Before you know it, everything in the Nigerian market, in the Nigerian economy will increase because cost of transportation also has a cumulative effect on cost of manufacturing. So definitely Nigerian government, we need to strengthen our local capacity by giving a Dangote refinery and also licensing more refineries so that we can even do all these modular refineries so that we will have enough refined product for our local consumption. Thank you.
Okay, you talked about the Dangote refinery. Now, please help us debunk what do you think is going on with the Dangote refinery? Because it looks as if that Nigerians are not told what is actually happening. Now, we understand that the amount of crude that is given to Dangote refinery is limited. But again, we also heard that Dangote refinery can probably take more crude. But the arrangements, the agreement that Dangote refinery had with the federal government stipulates that there's a limited amount of crude that it can get from Dangote refinery, get from the federal government. So what is the true state now? Is it that the federal government has a limited amount of crude that they give to Dangote, or Dangote has a limited amount that it can take because of its refining capacity? What do you think is the true state of it?
As a matter of fact, that is really a tough question because everything about our Nigerian government is not always transparent. We are not getting the enough information to support the assertion now whether the Nigerian government is supplying enough crude to that refinery, or if at all the crude that is supplied to him will be enough to meet up with our local consumption. Another question is Dangote being a businessman, just maybe my personal opinion, he may also want to meet up with the international market before considering our local demand. So that is why I'm advocating for us to strengthen ties, for the Nigerian government to strengthen ties with the Dangote group, to see how we can have a workable resolution of this issue. To give him enough crude, if they are not giving him enough, they should give him enough crude so that his refining capacity should be able to meet up with our local production first, our local consumption first, before he starts thinking of international market. That is my take on that.
Break now. The program African Discourse is on your television, and we are looking at the US-Iran war, the toll it's having on the business sector in Africa. And it seems that everything seems to be tied around the oil and the fuel and all that. And hence we are talking about the Dangote refinery and the amount of fuel that Dangote refinery is being able to give out this period because of the limited amounts of crude that the federal government is giving to Dangote refinery. And our guest on the program today is Ware Okonta. He's a business administration lecturer with the University of Delta in Agbo. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program is still on your television, African Discourse on Independent Television. And our focus this afternoon is looking at the Iran-US war and the kind of toll that is having on our African business sector. We started with the petroleum sector, and of course we have seen that no doubt that the war, it's having a very big disadvantage, you know, in such a way that nations in Africa are already having you know, its effect. We talked about the price of fuel, the price of PMS and other byproducts. Now, Mr. Okonta, now let us move away from the petroleum sector now and shift our attention to the tourism sector. there's no doubt that this is another big business in Africa. I mean, if not for this war now, Saudi Arabia would have been agog with the pilgrimage issue in Saudi Arabia and even Israel. I mean, Christians going for holy pilgrimage and all that. And even people from, visitors from United Arab Emirates visiting choice places in Africa. Please give us your perspective on this challenge as it stands now.
Obviously, this has affected the tourism sector, both of the Middle East countries, the Gulf countries, and Nigeria. As regards Nigeria, just like as you stated, a lot of Nigerians go on pilgrimage to Israel, even Iran, Qatar, and some other countries in the Middle East. But with this war now, everything is disrupted. Even so many of our people, they do go on what is it called? On tourism to United Arab Emirates. But unfortunately, this has put hold to some of them, to some of the plans of them going on vacations and even on pleasure and business trips. Generally, it has affected the tourism sector, both for Nigeria and other African countries, and globally. That is it. It has affected the global tourism sector. Thank you.
Okay, if you agree that it has affected the global tourism sector, the effect, no doubt, is that it's going to mean less development to nations. I mean, like what you said a while ago, that the UAE at this time is agog with visitors. Even we understand that parts of Africa is also agog with visitors, at this time of the year. But for the war, all that is kept in abeyance now. Now, what kind of effects, and if there are any effects, how do you see maybe these Gulf states now, or the United Arab Emirates, or even Iran as it were, and these African countries, how do you see these nations being able to survive in the light of these problems as it stands now?
Definitely, the cost of war is always on the high side. That is why experts always advocate for peace, because you cannot quantify the kind of damages that war always brings. As we speak today, it has affected the local economy of these Gulf, the people in the Gulf states. A lot of infrastructures are being destroyed. A lot of industrialization has put in on hold. A lot of developmental projects are on hold. So definitely, war is not always a good thing. It has a way of distorting the global economy. Even as we speak today now, a lot of businessmen they are put their business plans on hold. So many of them that want to invest or expecting investment from these Gulf countries is an issue. It's a very, very big issue for them, because the thing has a way of affecting their business plans, their schedule, their investment, and everything. So the cost of war definitely is always expensive, and that is why I advocate for us, for the global, for global. That is it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, before we go for another break, now I want us to look at what some analysts are canvassing for. Now, remember, in Africa, we have different types of economic bloc. We have the ECOWAS bloc, that's the Economic Community of West African States. Ordinarily, that bloc, was formed in such a way that economic activities can really prosper within member states. I mean, even the issue of the crude oil that we are talking about, it also borders on economic issues and all that. Now, just because of this war now, because this is perhaps the very first time that most African countries are being affected by what is going on, in Iran. Now, are we looking at a situation whereby maybe African nations should begin to look inward rather than doing business with the outer world? I mean, let's do business within the confines of the continent. Even the oil business we are talking about, are we looking at Africa as a continent that can do oil business within the confines of the continent?
Definitely, I'm advocating for African countries to have a policy on energy dependence. What do I mean by energy dependence? They should see how they can refine their oil needs, petroleum needs locally. They should embrace renewable energy, and they should also build more regional power grids. In terms of industrialization, African countries should think of how to reduce their dependence on imported goods. They should see how they can trade among themselves. See how they can strengthen ties among themselves. There is nothing wrong with Nigeria increasing its trade with other African countries to avoid this over-reliance on foreign and imported goods. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the program one more time, African Discourse on Independent Television. We will go for another break, and when we return, we'll talk about more issues, more effects that the war, the U.S.-Iran war is having on the continents of Africa. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program still on your television, African Discourse with Evans Unokogie. And our focus this afternoon is looking at the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. And of course, the effects that it's having on the continent of Africa. We've seen what has to do with the petroleum, oil sector being affected. Then also we also talked about the tourism sector also been affected. Now, Okunta, Mr. Okunta, let's shift our attention to exchange of technology and, of course, let's say knowledge. Now, as we speak, we understand that a lot of African students are studying in Iran. But good enough, just about some few days ago, we understand that the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, gave a kind of a soothing relief remark to Nigerians that Nigerians studying in Iran are really not at risk. But somehow it is only natural that back home that most parents will worry. Now that is on one side. Now my question is, this war, Africa is not at war with Iran, but we have seen that Africa has been affected because as we speak now, a lot of things have been cut away from Africa. A while ago, you were trying to explain the effect that is going to mean the increase of goods and services in Africa, because, I mean, that is explainable. As we speak now, a lot of ships that ought to carry goods and services from Iran to Africa, they are being cut off. They don't come here anymore. So what kind of relationship do you think this whole war is going to have with Africa, even after this war? Some say it's going to reshape the relationship that Iran has with Africa, and some say that the relationship is going to become frosty. So what is your take on things like that?
As a matter of fact, the relation this war will bring, it will put Africa on a crossroads. For one, a lot of African countries are afraid of the big brother, the America. They are not, they are not in a state to take their independent position because of their fear of the bigger country. But some of them, some other countries again in Africa that have a strong Islamic ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran, definitely they must have their sympathy with them. Though their sympathy will definitely amount to nothing. If you ask me, their sympathy will amount to nothing. But it's definitely going to affect a relationship between some of the African countries and other allies and that of Iran. Definitely, it has put Africa on the crossroad. On a crossroad in the sense that some of them, they don't know where to shift their alliance to. Some of them for fear of economic sanctions or political sanctions may not want to take a position that would be seen that this is their position. Thank you.
Okay, now the other day we saw some protesters in Nigeria. It happened in Lagos, and it's also happened in some parts of the north, whereby these protesters were protesting the killing of Ayatollah. That's the supreme leader in Iran that was killed by the U.S. airstrikes. Now, some persons are of the opinion that the death of Ayatollah is going to mean well for Africa. Now, that will make us to talk about the issue of terrorism, because there are points at which we can actually see how terrorism came into Africa. Now, the reason of it all that most analysts point hands to is Ayatollah. Now, Ayatollah has been removed from the equation, and you and I know that the issue of terrorism has been a major problem in Africa, even in the business sector. I mean, a lot of investors, they don't want to come to Africa because of the insecurity issues in Africa and all that. To the extent that a lot of countries have even decided to be on their own. Take, for example, the issue with Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Now, what will you say? Don't you think that the death of Ayatollah from the equation of trying to say that Ayatollah has been responsible for the terrorism in Africa, the death of Ayatollah now, don't you think that it probably means well for the African continent? Don't you think so?
Well, that is a tough question. But my take on the whole of this is that Nigerians that are protesting against the killing of the Ayatollah of Iran, I believe that they are ill-advised. And that their protest is seriously uncalled for. Because we have witnessed a lot of killings in Nigeria, and these guys have never deemed it fit to go on the street of Nigeria, to protest against the killing that is being orchestrated by terrorism and bandits. I find it funny, very, very funny indeed, for people in Lagos State, which is supposed to be the center of excellence, engaging in this kind of protest against what is happening in faraway Iran. For me, that is uncalled for. That is seriously uncalled for. Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia. Iran is attacking their fellow Muslim and Islamic countries. And those people have not deemed it fit to go to the street to protest over the killing of the Ayatollah. And it's people in Nigeria that is protesting. My brother, that is very, very funny. But seriously, the whole of these things have a way of increasing our insecurity problem. This is not far from what happened in Libya as a result of the killing of Muammar Gaddafi. That resulted in the increase in insecurity and banditry in Nigeria. And this also have almost a cumulative effect of that. But I pray that the Nigerian government should put our security apparatus on a red alert so that they should be able to curtail whatever the fallout that will come out, that will result from this crisis. Thank you.
Okay, now the whole idea of the war for some people is that U.S. is so interested because this is actually going to mean the fall of Ayatollah and, of course, the dominance of the United States of America in Iran. Now, would you want to subscribe to that kind of thinking, that kind of analysis? Because to the average American, this war is not an American war, but to a character like Donald Trump of the U.S., this war is necessary because Ayatollah has been too much of a terrorist to the world. Now, my question is, after this whole episode now, would you want to say that the U.S. will probably take over the reins of, Ayatollah in Iran?
I was looking at an interview where the President of America, Donald Trump, said that any leader that would be appointed by the people of Iran, that is not acceptable for him, that the leader may not last. For me, For me, anything that will bring about an end to terrorism and insecurity should be encouraged. If the death of Ayatollah will put a stop to global terrorism and insecurity, so be it. And if American government will be able to guarantee world peace by putting or by nominating or appointing somebody that they know that will not that does not have a terrorism tendencies in Iran, we should, they have my support. We should give them the support, so long as that will give us a global peace. Because terrorism is an in-win that blows nobody any good. Thank you.
Okay. Now back to the issue with business in Africa and perhaps in Nigeria. Now a while ago, you made the suggestion that one of the short-term ways that the federal government can use in mitigating the effects of this Iran war with the U.S. is to increase the crude that it gives to Dangote. Outside that, what other kind of ways would you want to suggest for the federal government? Because we are looking at it that this whole thing is going to affect other sectors. No doubt about that. Transportation is going to be affected. And of course, goods and services are going to be affected. So as a business expert, what other ways would you want to suggest for the federal government of Nigeria and perhaps to other governments in Africa so that this whole Iran war will not necessarily mean hardship for its citizens?
Thank you, my dear brother. Ordinarily, if Nigeria has put in their house in order long before now, who would have been the major beneficiaries of this war? But unfortunately, our house is not in order. Our house is not in order in the sense that Nigeria, as a crude, we have a large deposit of crude oil reserve, but we still find ourselves exporting crude and importing the refined product. So that is an issue. That is a big problem. So one way, other ways to see how we can solve this problem is for the one, I've said it before, to strengthen our agreement with Dangote refineries. As I strengthen the Dangote refineries, we should also increase license and give indigenous businessmen license and encouragement to build refineries, which doesn't take so much to form or to establish. We should encourage them, and we should look inward on our energy policy. We should look seriously inward, come up with a framework in such a way that we should be able to meet our local consumption 100%. More so, we should see how we can increase our manufacturing sector, because any country that depends so much from foreign import to foreign goods is, believe you me, is building a recipe for poverty of the people. So, aside in summary, aside strengthening our agreement with Dangote refineries, they should also give more license to indigenous business people to build more refineries and reduce our need for foreign goods. Let's increase our manufacturing capacity. Thank you.
Okay, now you keep on talking about the Dangote refinery, but I just want you to, I don't know whether you are concerned about what some analysts are saying, that perhaps a subsequent government in Nigeria has, mortgaged the crude oil for loans that have been taken over the years. I mean, what do you make of a situation whereby that Nigeria as a nation is probably owing crude to other nations of the world because of the loans that they took? So if that is true, and if that is the situation, so don't you think that it's a very precarious situation for a country like Nigeria? I mean, we may be a producing nation, no doubts about that, but what would you make of what seems to be the fact that the crude that you produce is to use to service the loans that you took some time ago? And if that's the case, then of course, it means that Nigeria may not have Anything to give to Dangote Refinery, as it were?
My brother, that is a very, very unfortunate situation. Very, very unfortunate situation. But we should diversify, like what I said, we should diversify seriously our energy policy. We should do more investment on our gas deposit. We should do more investment, serious investment on our gas deposit, and see how we can, come up with a good fiscal policy to see how we can come out from this quagmire, because it's actually a quagmire, and it is very, very unfortunate. Aside that, let's see how we can make more investment on our gas sector. Thank you.
All right, so as we commence descent now on the program this afternoon, and looking at the US-Israel-Iran war and how it's having a toll on Africa. Now, let us come to what some persons may call local economics. I mean, as it relates to the ordinary man on the street. Now, no doubt, we are trying to exercise the fear that the prices of goods and services may increase, in no distance from now. So if that is the case, would you want to suggest a kind of a policy, maybe as an expert, price control policy to, control the price of goods and services in our local markets?
That is an option, especially price control on petroleum products, one. But before we talk of price control, we should also see how we can enhance our manufacturing capacity, because you cannot control what you don't have or what you don't have control over. Price control is good, but we also should try to create government and enabling that will produce it for our local investors. Our investors, their capacity should be strengthened in such a way that they should be able to turn out enough goods and services to meet up with our local needs. Aside that for which is very good. Thank you.
All right, so we want to say a very big thank you to you, Were Okonta, a lecturer with the Department of Business Administration at the University of Delta, Agbo, for joining us on the program today, African Discourse. And we do hope that when we call on you again, you will oblige us the opportunity. Mr. Iwari. All right, now, so that's the program today, African Discourse on Independent Television. And we do hope that same time next week, we should be able to come up with another guest and another topic on the program. Until then, my name is Evan Sunukogi. Good afternoon.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Behind the glass doors of cold rooms and freezers lies a major source of protein for many households. frozen chicken, turkey, and fish have become common food items in homes, restaurants, and food businesses across the country. From importation and storage to transportation and final sales, frozen food pass through a chain that is highly dependent on electricity, fuel, and efficient handling. Any disruption along the chain often reflect to the final price paid by consumers. On this edition of Market Survey, we examine the current prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish, the factors influencing their cost, and how traders are responding to the market conditions. Frozen chicken, turkey, and fish are largely sourced through importation and large-scale distribution, making their prices sensitive to several factors. Traders explain that costs related to import duties, foreign exchange, transportation, and storage play a significant role in determining market prices. Cold room operator says the cost of running generators has increased as frozen food require constant power supply to prevent spoilage. Fuel expenses, maintenance of cold storage facilities, and logistics all add to operational costs, which are often passed on to consumers. At the retail level, traders price frozen items based on size, weight, and type. Prices can also vary depending on supply levels and consumer demand. During the period of high demand, such as festive season, prices tend to rise, while lower demand often leads to slower sales. Consumers say frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain important protein sources, but prices changes have affected buying habits. Many buyers now opt for smaller portion, cheaper alternative, or less frequent purchases in response to rising costs. Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently in the market to get to know the current price of frozen chicken, frozen turkey, and frozen fish. So stick with us as we get to know the current price of these various items. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Chicken and turkey day for market now, the price is not come down.
Yes, it don't come down.
So how much until they sell kilo for chicken?
No, they sell on 6,000. Chicken wings they sell on 7,000. The turkey on 9,500.
How much until they sell on before?
Before turkey on 10,000, chicken on 7,650. But it don't drop now. Chicken wings they sell on 8,000 now, but now they sell on 7,000.
Since when it drop?
Don't they go like a month now?
So how much are they buying for cattle? So that cattle until they carry?
They buy carton 55 for chicken. The turkey now they buy at 90.
How much are they carrying
before now?
For the chicken?
For the turkey.
What of the chicken?
Chicken they buy at 65. Yes. I don't get bills say go come pass on. No, but say not guess it, but I guess this time around go come down. Now this they change this. The monetization, the chicken till they drop.
Before they sell on 5,000.
So that's 6,000 at the last price now?
Yeah, this is on last price.
So how much until they give this carton, this small carton?
This carton are 10 kg and then as it be so. Now 60,000. Some people will give you 62,000. So depending on how the price they come for them. Yeah, so that's what it be.
How much until they sell them before?
Before they sell 50,000.
So it don't increase now?
Yes, it don't increase.
So what about turkey? How much they sell kilo?
Kilo now for turkey now 9,000. Before now 8,750.
So that means it does still go up?
Yes.
How much they sell the carton?
The carton are 90 for now 90,000.
We say no, they frozen. We say no block. And one we say it can't block. Like the price is the difference. If people want buy and they'll say this one no block.
Not the same price. Not the same because if you sell at a lower price, now with that loss, it loss.
Market survey, and we're currently in the market to get to know the current price of frozen
did they sell Scobian fish now?
1 and 4,000. 4,000 naira. Before we dey sell 1,500, 1,000. But now it can't even worse pass. This small Scobian are 4,000 naira. 1 cattle and 198. 198,000. Then at 200 now.
How much did they carry on before?
Before, it never reached 120. 198 for 1 carton. Say, we carry 150. 15,000. But now 95,000.
Get another type of Scobian solo.
I know they said that one. Now let's Scobian they say.
So but that one still there on the high side?
No, that one they cheap, but not the sweet. That one they cheap, but not the sweet. That make us not the seller. 150, we fit manage am. You buy one fish like this 4,000 take cook soup. Now wasting our time now. Because before a ton soup, it don't break. Before it not be like that.
Findings from our market survey show that the prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain closely tied to operational cost and supply conditions. Traders says expenses related to storage, fuel, and transportation continue to influence price and decision. While they all acknowledge the importance of these food items in their daily meal, many say affordability remains a challenge. As a result, buying patterns have shifted, with households adjusting quantity and meals plans to manage expenses. For traders, the market remained competitive as the balance rising cost with the need to attract customers. Despite these challenges, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish continue to play a key role in household nutrition. As economic conditions evolve, monitoring the prices of frozen food provides insights into broader issues affecting food supplies and household spending. Traders report reports slow patronage, explaining that while goods are available, consumers are more cautious with spending. The balance between keeping frozen food affordable and covering operational costs remains a daily struggle for sellers. As market activity continues, the price of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish serve as a reflection of broader economic pressure affecting food supply and household budget. For now, traders continue to adjust to these realities, navigating a market shaped by rising costs and changing demand. Sellers explain that frozen product requires uninterrupted power supply to prevent spoilage. As a result, operators depend heavily on generators, making fuel cost a significant part of their daily expenses. These costs, combined with transportation and market levies, continue to influence the final price paid by consumers. Despite the availability of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish in the market, patronage remains slow. Traders say many customers now buy in smaller quantities or reduce how often they purchase frozen food as they try to manage limited household budgets. For traders, the situation has created a difficult balance. While they strive to keep prices within the reach of consumers, they must also cover operational costs to avoid losses. Some say profit margins have dropped, while others worry about sustaining their businesses if costs continue to rise. As the market adjusts, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain essential food items for many families. However, their prices continue to reflect broader economic pressure affecting food supply and consumption patterns. In the end, the frozen market tells a larger story, one of resilience, adaptation, and the everyday struggle to balance nutrition with affordability. As conditions evolve, both traders and consumers continue to navigate challenging market environment.
And that is on today's edition of Market Today. I am Stephanie Montoliwa.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will update you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? You're not over. Yes. You're not over. Yes, we're sitting down and we're sitting down and oh, it's not here. We're sitting. What's my dear? He said, comment c'est papa de voici nous irons ça m'a topé ici oh mais so Sama tọpẹ. Ìṣe ìwáyà kí máa pọn mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwáyà kí máa pọn mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ gbèdé jọ. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will
say. Papa.
The Caliban was in a couple of we say, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Ekomana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe buwe ni ne. Ejomu ki. Ejona wele. Ejona pulupe. Ejona mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwele. Isewa. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi gba de wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wahia bota now. Give bota we say anyone. And my agua candidate na. Or only my agua can. Already out there. Victor Bisugbe. Ni my agua can and ọtọ bokia
edonebu wadonebu zomu eru mahia gun akan na emeru na ebi no kwa ewa no ohu no ma aya lehu osare bo anu fin gbo mahia oba atokpe
ise me o sa bo se nje ni wi o no ri edo ba nya kai ore do ya fe me le do to wa ya o e ore te ni ri o wa kini ri si o sa lo bo awo do obi yo bi to no ge gbera wa ya fe e wa ni da hi ma ya fe e ni mata no manoro no ri e yu wa rion ni no gba na wo na kate kate ari oba noro na te government owe opewulu sa ba no ge no ri eni si yo orion no ya dole wo na yi ero ino ne obe do ya fe no gba o te do ya fe sa lo gba no ge to no ge pe no ge no ma ari egwani mani we ga ke mani we ga ya fe e no ma o adi ma ro ya ọba atọpẹ ọtẹmẹ ẹni máa gbà kánà ọrẹ ehun bọ ehun nebute prayer ehun ọmọọsẹ ní afẹ àìrí ni ehun ọmọọsẹ ehun ọsẹ ehun náà ní wọn gbẹnà ya rè é gbẹnà sàrọbọ ya màmá ẹ orí ọpa nà ẹrọ. Ero kera ase owo wanagbon nusa obari eno wa no ya agun e bible ni ma we ni ehun e ya fere iyen re ro ndauza no de ma we gwa kan ehun no yen so pa ehun ma gwa kan e na ehun kera o dowesi no pi agben nuga agben na ogben na yawe no ma upa no ba seseme enu aya re neho re do eyo enu na ekinado enu no na do ekinari ere eki omo no eki go no eki no yaki we mu enu aya do ya fe enu o se mi ya ba bedagbon wana ima aya ma he ode ya fe lo enu saba ja ti eni ma ehun o pase ti ya ifie wori ehun e magwa kana anyone we both are ready na oteme Victor Bizugbe ehun
baba be wa o ehun owo ehun musa opia na ya gbode ehun no ma pataki e wa no nda owo ehun amudia ni yoku to bun opia o amudia no rede to bun ran eru na ase no salo bo ahi ni do wa dogo no wa nu e de no gba wo na nsamu wo ba meze eru ga mudia ni yo ko to bon pio ga mudia no rede to bon ran ze ni carry taiban o ma ko ma nu me e ko ni mani eru aya nemi eru wa ya no salo bo ayi ọmọ pa kẹ̀kẹ́ wà pàgbọ́gbà tí ó sàárẹ́ bọ́ dérí ẹ̀ ọ̀nà mi tó dìgbò ẹ̀rù lérù wọ́n ní ẹ bàbá wọ́n náà mẹ́ ẹ̀rù ọ̀kẹ́yà èrí nọ́kẹ́kẹ́ nira ẹ̀yà asúlẹ̀ mú ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ iye ẹ̀yà asúlẹ̀ mú mímà má bẹ̀ yẹ rù má bẹ̀ yà asúlẹ̀ gbé náà lè ní ẹgbẹ́ èrè màgbà lọ ọmọ rẹ̀ sì máa òbọ ẹ̀rù náà nà wà tá náà ase no kwa oruwehu hu da gbe na una gwehu na na eni rere lowo mo ku la mo to unehu sare bua sumeru urigbo unehu ege ya gba kere odugbo uri eki kiniri na noro egun emi ehu no kwa e wa ni mami o ma nenehu oye wo ma ni o ma ebe na aya nne osalobua irin he ora be ikefe iwe iwe eboru iga ore na ore ya nu he wa yo sawebo we be mi eni wo ma sawebo o fa fi o ma fi gwe o we digwo neru o we no ebo na do wo na me ebo na do wo na me onye wae ihuane ihuyi ehu magbe huda we omane nehu esu eyino omane nehu esu mame osalobo na ye no ama radio we ni mahara igbo na ga nehu ni mame ke na mu de ko de na ya no yinu bebo na ba ti abi ga nehu ni ke na su ma ọba tó pẹ́
iṣẹ́ ẹniwọ̀n wọ́n dáyẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ta ọwọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ló dẹ̀ yáde èrùn àná àyàsí wọn ẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n panáyá lérùn ẹniwọ̀n ẹ̀ ehun orí sẹ́yìn yàfẹ́ ehun ọwọ́ ẹ̀ má ta ló sàlọ́bọ̀ yà wù orí yàfẹ́ sọ́pá kọ́ àwọn ẹ̀wọ̀n yọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀rùn ọ̀rọ̀ yíwẹ̀ orí ọ̀nẹ́ ehun orí ọ̀nà òun bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àṣẹ́nà lẹ́lẹ́kẹ́ àbẹ̀yẹ̀ àlérù yèrí èyí náà ló dùnà ọwọ́ dùnà tọ́wà dùnà ní máa yà ó dùnà ẹrù náà èmi rí aṣọ́bọ̀ ìyàfẹ́ ní ìyá máa wọn ẹ̀wọ̀n mọ́dọ̀ à wúlò wọ̀dọ̀ mámi ọmọ bí ẹ̀ gbèrú yàrá ẹrù yẹn yà sọ gbèwẹ́ wúlò kọ́ mami ọmọ àmọ́ sí ti nẹ kókò wà wọ́n yà wẹ́ ẹrù náà ehun wẹ̀rí ayé wúlò yọ̀nù kò ní ìyá máa sẹ́ àṣẹ ní gèlè alẹ́ nìkan ó ní kíá ẹ̀kínà dúnà àbẹ́ ní káàtà sí wẹ̀yìn apá ó wà pa onírù gbòòrò wọn yé èrò wẹ̀yìn arúná bọ́ ìdómìnà ni ìwà dómìnà ọ̀sán ló bọ́ ọ̀sán ló wòdùà bó ṣe náà yọ̀mí gbé bó ti góòlù wẹ́ lérù lámẹ́wẹ́ àfiwòrẹ́ rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n wọn èrò ayá mọ́ àgbọ̀n ẹ̀ èrò erímáyémáyá mọ́ àgbọ̀n ẹ̀ òkú ọ̀nà àmá ọ̀nẹ́rù nìyẹn bí ẹnìyẹn mímọ́ nìyẹn mìíràn èyí ẹ̀dà fún ọ̀rẹ́ yé lọ́rọ̀ ìdáná ọmọ nílà rẹ̀ wọn anábì ọmọ nílẹ̀ èrò wọn ní ayé rẹ̀ àná ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni máa zọ ọmọ ìpẹ́dì yẹn ni máa zọ ọmọ rẹ̀ dò nà yà á èyí ni èrò wọn ẹ̀ nù èrò kí ẹ̀ nù náà wé gbèsè náà lè máa yá fẹ́ yẹ kíá déwọ̀n wọn dọ̀hìn wọn náà nírù èrò wọn gbèsè ẹsẹ̀ ǹda èrò yẹn dàgbèvà ẹ̀ máa wọ́n á lè nà máa dàgbèvà wẹ̀ èrò wọn rí aná ó sàrò bàkóyọ wẹ̀rẹ̀ yà wẹ̀wù mọ̀dànù yà bẹ̀ èrò wọn kèrò nù ná bẹ̀ dàgbé wẹ̀wẹ̀ lẹ́hùn kẹlò yà numeke na bie nuwa minimi na da uwa minimi na da neyese ehun eya keni wa ehun aya legbo aya logo ehun o so lobo aji lori kata na we bible ya fe ehun no ehun ni abraka se tayo ehun e ma uzaro de ma agwa kan no yen so pa be ehun wa kine ewo bókínà ètẹ́ bókínà mọ́ni ló wébè wéhùn ákínà òwú ẹ̀nẹ́ ló wà ní ààrẹ wébò wà tí kó náà lè rú díẹ̀ ẹni ẹ̀rọ ní ọ̀sẹ̀kẹ̀ ní ayé wẹ́ wà á mà wà ní mímọ́ olóbó ya fẹ́ ẹ̀yà dùnòdẹ́nu wà nọ̀wé ọ̀nàkíá oríwèé dúgbẹ́ ẹ̀rùn sálọ́gbà dúgbẹ́ ẹ̀yìn níkà lọ́gbẹ́ mọ́ni yóò nọ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ àgbó náà àògò náà àtúwẹ̀ hẹ́ àríyẹ́kì wọn lámọ́tọ́ àríyẹ́kì wọn lámọ́tọ́ àríyẹ́ ehun ehenu ìmọ̀ àwọn náà yíwá rẹ̀ wẹ̀ kí ehun yé rẹ̀ jágbémà ọ̀kẹ́ pọ̀lọ̀ sísẹ́rẹ́sì yẹ kọ́ àwọn àtàlérù sọpọ̀ ehun mẹ́sẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́rọ̀ ọ̀nà ìwé wúwẹ̀ yà gbọ́ wọn à òwúrọ̀ pé àríyọ́ sí ìdí òwúwẹ̀ tẹ̀sí wa èyí sọ̀mẹ̀tì sọ̀nù òwà lérù ìwú àyà gbọ́ déwọ̀n máa ní máa ń ìnáwó ẹ̀rí ọmọ àwọn òkú ọ̀nà ọlọ́run ìwé dàrá èyí láàrin ọ̀ìfúfùwà ehun magwakana ni wọn gbogbo akẹwò dẹ wà sán kẹwà van wúkẹ́rì ìwáyé gbẹ̀sọ̀ wọn sọ yóò kàhún ọwọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ tó sàlóbọ̀ gbẹ̀sọ̀ yóò yọ ọmọnìyà ọ̀nà ìlú yọ kẹrì ìwáyé wọ́n sọ náà wẹ́ ní ìwáyé ni wẹ́ ṣe ní àyọ̀ ìgbé náà ni wọ́n sì ti mi ìwáyé ni yé náà àwọn tó pọ̀ sàlóbọ̀ wẹ́ yẹn sì ti mi ìwáyé náà àwọn ọ̀nà yìí rà ní nẹ́ wẹ́ yẹn sẹ́ yìí mi báyìí àríọ̀ bá nọ ní ọ̀sẹ̀ wọn mi wó owó ìbèrú yé nọ ní ọ̀sẹ̀ wọn yìí ebe ìbèrú rẹ ní ọ̀sẹ̀ wẹ ní kísà wẹ̀ tá máa wọn mara rìn ní oyé wọn ó lè rìn lọ́gbọ̀n rẹ̀ rárán rẹ̀ èrò wọn ọ̀rí ìdígbàsẹ̀ ìgbé wọn yàfẹ́ àìní ọ̀wà nẹ́rẹ̀ hùn òun ọ̀ èrò orí ọ̀wà ayé ẹ̀rẹ̀ gbé wọ́n ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ bízùgbé.
wọ́n ní wá ìlú kan ẹ̀ ehu ẹ̀rọ dígbàsẹ̀ ìlú yá fẹ́fẹ́fẹ́ òhun ìtagbọ̀n náà ọmọ ní ehu òun ọmọ ní ọyọ ọmọ ní máa dùn ọmọ ní rírà dùn náà ní ehu ẹ̀ ìlú kan nàmá kọ́ wọn yà yẹ ọ̀bọ tí ó wẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ehu ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀tí náà mọ́ ehu ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀wà náà mọ́ ehu ọ̀sùn ọmọ adẹ òdẹ̀nà wà bóyá ehu wọn yà sùn ọmọ ahẹ́ wọn bẹ wẹ ehu ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀nà ọmọ àná kẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ ọmọ àníwẹ̀ ní ehu gíní ìyẹn kòkòrò náà kò gbé lọ́mẹ̀kẹ́ náà dé lúfíẹ́ wọn bẹ wẹ ehu náà àwòrán kan ẹ̀ẹ́nù ehu wọn wọ́n mọ̀ ọ̀kọ́ ehu ẹ̀ ṣẹ́ ó sàbọ̀ àgbàgbọ́ yọ ọwọ́ òkọ́ ọ̀nà amẹ́rù ọ̀gá sí yóò dàn ọwọ́ ẹ̀ sàrẹ́pà pè mí ènìyàn ní ẹ̀yà àdó sísí ní ẹ̀yà àdó ẹ̀yà àgbọ̀ wọn ó sàrẹ́pà pè mí ènìyàn àmà ẹ̀rọ tọ́ ní ẹ̀yà àdó ẹ̀ ó sísí ni ẹ̀rọ tọ́ àgbọ̀ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀bọ̀ ní sàrẹ́pà lè tì í yọ wẹ́ ehu wọn ọmọ òkọ́ ọwọ́ ìmọ̀ kàkà bọ́ wá sí oníyẹn lórí họ. Where the prayer of a wicked person is an abomination. Ìyẹn wo ni ẹ wọ́n? Wọ́n ṣe àlébò yẹn. Ìyẹn dé bẹ́ẹ̀ wo ni ẹ wọ́n? Ọ̀nì ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ náà mẹ́wẹ́ ojú ni wọ́n ma ẹ̀ ayá léhu. Èyí ni wọ́n ma ẹ̀ ọ́ lè léhu kíá. Tí èhù ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ bò ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ tù ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ wá tọ́jú àìmọ́ ọ̀tún wọn mú ọ̀yẹ̀ gbéra mi náà máa. Èmi ni ehu yé ọ̀dígbàgbé ọmọ akọ wọn náà yà wọ èmi ọ̀nà yà n'ehu èmi ni yà gbìyàn ọ̀ gbìyàn ni mọ́mọ́ wọn ní n'ehu ó yẹ ọ̀nà máa ń wẹ òsàrọ̀ wúdà ọ̀sàrọ̀ bọ̀ ayé ẹ̀wẹ̀ yà n'ehu náà yà ní èmi kémi ní wọn kọ́ mọ́ wíyẹn ìgò alọ́ ehu tíyẹ̀ kìn abẹ́ hó. Ehu àmì ẹ̀wò bọ́lú wà dá yìí wọ ọ̀nà ehu ńgbà ẹ̀hìn wọ̀ náà hàn èmi kẹ́mi nù wẹ̀ ń tà ní ọlọ́run gbogbo òhìnwó orí ọ̀nà mmanú yàtà ní ọ̀fun ìrọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣẹ̀dá gbòǹwẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ nọ́mùdí àkímọ̀ ní wọ́n yẹ tí ì wò gbé nímọ̀ ní màá tètè yàrá lẹ́hùn ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ ehu ẹ̀ máa gbọ́n ká níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wẹ̀rọ̀dà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ ànàwé rẹ̀ náà. Wà á lè hùwù ẹ̀ bí ẹni òmìnbọn lè hùwù yí ní ọmọ sọ ọ̀bọ náà bó sì lè hùwù ní ma náà sẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ wẹ́nu à egbò wẹ́nu à wọ́n lè hùwù yìí yọ̀pá lè hùwù yọ̀pá gbèsò wáyé pé àwọn lè hùwù yọ ọmọdé yọ ehu ní dèkè ńlá náà dọ̀wọ́n mọ̀bọ́ wà náà gé ọ̀sálọ́gbọ̀ ọ̀sálọ́dájọ́ ọ̀sálọ́kọ̀ yọ lẹ́nu wọ́n lè hùwù ní gé nọmọlá dé yọ ẹnà ọ̀sẹ̀ má so ní ẹ̀zẹ̀ nínú ọmọ ọ̀hún ẹ̀rì ọwọ́ bò ọ̀yà àfíà ọ̀yà àjẹsì ọ̀yà àwòyà nílé sìnàzọ́ ni ọmọ pàmò kọ̀kọ́ ọmọ ìwé wọ́ọ̀rù wa wàwẹ́ ẹ̀rìnàwẹ́ ẹ̀mátàn ìran àwẹ́rà òkú rẹ̀ èyà dènù wa ehun ọ̀yẹ́rì náà. ehun nàwa. ehun ni ọba ehun ni ìwé ni ehun náà ni orí ó ní ìrọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nàgún ẹ̀ dèkìnà rí ẹ̀yẹ́ rí e. àti ìwé náà wà wọ́n dàn mọ orí dáadáa ehun ni ọ̀há sẹ́yà. ehun kéèyàn ẹ̀ ti nọ́kú ànyà òhò ọ̀wọ́n òhò. ehun dá ọ̀wọ́n òhò ẹ̀ pọ̀ ẹ̀ wò. Ìyẹn bùn ìyẹn lè tọ́ wọn dá ọ̀sàròdè máa gùn akẹ́hìn Uda eruweuni nyeru yunu ema. De yini ma uto hero nuwe. Ala uda hero no wada. No uda da gevai. E no ma pa ma evo wa moge wa mubai. E ma e no sunu yi umuge bai. Besa ya mo ye gan yo. O ye ma pa ma eva. Ye a yere gani e ho yere na owodua ni ye na e pa eva wa. De ma suwe ni ladia ogbo so mi ete ladia ni mo re ba ya wulo ne ehun ni wa ehun iwe gbe ba e we gbima na e wa na gbon ero mi o ma ni won hiyo o ehun o wa na ge ya o so bo ari e afian gbe won o wa re ro lowo ma ehun won re so ma wo ehun re o wa re fe ruwa anenu ni ye bege we ula moto noa uye we ka o denoa uye ogbo noa aifie eto ani no ye pe afie gbe we a we guane ukoka uke tomatoes uke ya uye we meru a e suse una osalo bano ge mawo ehun oyi polo se bi gbima ni managbo na se ti mi o wa o ma we gbe so na mi we hu wo nya ni we o sa ro gba ri e won ni a se ti mi we e wo ma e o sa ro gba ri e hu yi na ya agbara na dagbo na ya agbara na e wo na ye we Nigeria ye na ani hu no ma we na go state ye ka ni hu no ma e ma ya fe ni mo ene kala o da o lare o tun e ye ka bo ne ehu
awa ehu I setting kagwe ehu ye eme yiboro yi emi kemi no gba kemi hu ehu na o gba o ka wo o no gba na ehu e o salu gba wesu o no gba na ehu e o ti mo na ya se we e wo no ma e o sari ni ma ehu na e ma ha ya se ti ya di ai di ma re ya di agbi ma di ma re ya di ai mo di ma re ya iwu emi na ya wo bo salu boa ta bo ni bo salu boa wa ni hu o le no ma pa do ka we Yorùbá pa ehu me Yorùbá o ma ni wa to ni kankan ehu no me Yorùbá wa ehu era gbo eri ke yi de eri ke mi na ri wa ohun ta gbo ni afefe ehu na o ka ro ehu na am ko down we ra mo ehu ni ko down o sa bo si afian gbe o ye nu o ru to me o ye nu o ya allow down o ye nu o ru mane o ye nu ku we kere mo ke wa me e dagbo wa o yi se no ma pa do ka we o ko yi kan ya wu fero wi gan awe ni no gbegbe ana we no la ho no si bi Israel ona wa wo na we do no salobu wa we no do to bo do neye o salobu na egbe mu eyin ko ni ona igberi yi we no ona mi kana ri ori aye eyi no we do keke ri èmi ya ni eri ori oyin wi aru opo pa mo ri gbe ani eze lapa osalobo na gima le eze ri ise ni man no salobo ai e o kan bi ga wi ni mo ase oba atokpe
ise enu e ma ye na ni wa ehu wa mi wa so waro o wa na o wa na eye mi na gwa lowo da wo na wa ni fi oda owu ya fe na ni ru aya poru aya ri emi ladia emi no kasu mu da eraso ni aya ri ato ya ku ehun aya fi ewo re wa ha wa ya na me no wa ye o salo bo wo do age wi yo sunu ege ku wo ke me la wo na ege lo te do na ege la gwa ege la oredo ya se o tesa ase ya ehun no ni wa do na ye ko ta ni ru ni to gele so pa esu re ba no hiari afra mauma usano de magwa kan he oni esu o eyihe ehun o gwesu gbina ehun o agbada o osisi o erikeri na ya gwesu gbina ọwada eboda otada emaro ọwa agwa asenu salobari ne na wayari yari eno o salobara rienu ona rienu wa na aya mewe enene won nita ọwada tada we boto awu maru e ro pa uwu wa mi mefa wo ehun ke ai mefa ni wa mefa ni o salobara rari ni ma ya fe we de ra mi ani wa bota na ma ye na iru e ma ya mo yuto o tan ge be kan bone uto
e do ni agugba de na wuzo mu efu ma don kan na ne ka go ale hu we no wo yi ngba ni hu ehu e oso ma paso e oso ma ravan we ga heru koda o emi kemi ya we ni boyi te ya hian gbe anu ibi le na da to epu ibi da to iku iwe tun ya fefe kate imanire kabetu imanire igusa ofun egbegu wa yaro ni Jesu Kristi no mi won fun oba atokpe
ise eri na ye ni wa ehu iwe jotu e ma ya fe imanire dade ako wani awe ejonwe ni ri egwado ri odonwe imeru beto salobwa technical no do na no wa ya fe
ise
eyo yen na wo ka yele na be mo na no salobwa na mi we enika no ri e ke dan wa ori ori eyo yen no ne e ma owo won na do ri ojo we ya e wo na eyo yen no e o ka yele e won na do ri a ka yele so owo etin e wa me ye gu e wo na ya fe wa maneru egbe mi ni na ro ori owe na kare no salobara ni ka mo yori ori wo dun la ni wa ya fe ni wa go ba do lewo yi ire wo don we ye wa ni ma we ri ojo we no we ri o no ma ye gwa o salobara no we yo bo no wa aka se no salobara ni wa zero odun zero jo wa nu do ya ri ege ni o do ari ojo we ni no salobara je gba won o dun la ni wa ya fe abe ejo we o tere no ri pe ọdún anu wa ya fe yan ni re igo wazuwa yan ri go mokuwa yan ra be yan ri sopon ba yan re owo yan ni re da de wo ya fe ni maseti sunu yi eni kan la owo be ti oba we do ya fe to ọdún anu wa ya fe duna to wa duna nu wa ya o duna to wa duna nu wa ya do me duna to wa duna nu wa ya baba duna ọba àtọpẹ ṣe
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, obviously Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Sama top presi. Sama top presi. Push it down.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, already I'm here. Is that where I give you? You're not over. Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, I'm here. Where's it? What's my dear? He said, comment c'est papa de voici
Ça m'a topé. Sama tokpe.
Wayagi makpome samane. Wayagi makpome samane. Wakume kwidetio. Wakume kwome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will say.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a cocoa, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever you lost the letter that we asked about my former. I will go wedding. A joke. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah, pull up. Hey, Jonah, Luria, he said, why we go back? But John, we got that in and I had the way. Why we go out there when I'm not much of a
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, Alright, for waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep a dash up. That means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape, and that one goes to the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. All right, we'll go on to that. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Wow. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend back, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep a dash like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes to the tricep. Ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more fine muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called again toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? All right, thank you for watching. All right, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? All right, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. All right, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more define muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? All right, thank you for watching. All right, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? All right, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Yeah. Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time, we're going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape, that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. You understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi. We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
Good morning and welcome to the AM News on Independent Television. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now, Edo State Police Command says 7 suspects have been arrested in connection with the shootout that caused mayhem and left several persons, including police officers, injured during the inauguration of Ugwedon, known as Elders Chamber in Ugweson community of Via Northeast local government area. This was disclosed by the police public relations officer, Ino Ikoidem, while updating journalists on the progress of investigation and addressing allegations that emerged following the incident. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo has more.
Some people from Igboshodi, led by one Monday Edokbolo, and some members of Nigeria Police and some vigilantes, they came to this community, start shooting periodically, and it's unacceptable.
Eyewitnesses to the violence giving vivid account of what transpired during the shooting. Reacting to the allegations, Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command, ASP Eno Ikoedem, explained that Ogbeson and Igboshodi communities have had a long-standing communal disputes. According to her, operatives of the Intelligence Response Team, accompanied by some members of the Igboshodi community, because of the petition by them, visited Ogbeson on Saturday to invite certain community elders for questioning in a bid to resolve dispute. However, the police spokesperson said, upon citing the operatives, some hoodlums within the Ogbeson community allegedly opened fire on the officers. 2 police officers are currently said to be receiving treatment at a police medical facility following injuries sustained during the attack. ASP Eno Ikoedem revealed that 7 suspects, including the alleged ringleader, identified as Sunday and Monigo, have been arrested.
A pump action recovered and also an axe used on the police officers. And we also have some cartridges recovered from the same community. We also have in custody 6 other suspects linked to this attack on police officers. The Edo State Police Command, under the leadership of CP Monday Agbonika, reiterates that the command has zero tolerance for attack on police officers. Any attack on police officer will be viewed seriously, and communal war of any kind will not be tolerated in the state.
The situation, however, seems to be a case of accusations and counter-accusations between Ogbeson people in one hand, the police and Igboshodi people on the other hand, over the shooting, which Ogbeson people say most of their natives are the receiving end. Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Staying with security matters, few months after 2 medical doctors were kidnapped, with one murdered at Igbira camp along Igara Road, Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Isako West Local Government Area Edo State kidnappers again struck in the neighborhood. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunoka reports that the target of the kidnappers, Mr. Victor Iyama, although escaped with gunshot injuries, 3 young female relatives staying with him were abducted.
Narrating his encounter with the kidnappers at a hospital where he is receiving treatment, Mr. Victor Yama, who spoke off camera, said on the fateful day he noticed an unusual movement when he was to drive into the compound. He said on sighting the strangers armed with sophisticated weapons, he quickly dashed into the car, despite several warnings to come out or be shot. He said although several shots were fired at his jeep, he managed to escape until he got to a military checkpoint close to the neighborhood. The kidnappers, apparently out of frustration to kidnap their target, abducted the 3 young female relatives staying with him. Sister Ms. Rosalie Yama, a mother to one of the abducted girls, appealed to security agencies to rescue the victims who are still in captivity.
The way they came, my brother said when he saw them through his VR mirror, side mirror, they dressed like vigilantes, that somebody sent them there. They said it, that somebody sent them to come to my brother's house. They don't know my brother. I beg the whole world. I beg the name of God. I beg everybody. Please help me. I don't have any other child. The only child I have there is Stephanie.
Reacting, the public relations officer at Edo State Command ASP Eno Ikwedem confirmed the tragic incident, revealing that the Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika has led reinforcements to Auchi to commence an aggressive bush combing operation along the deployment of technology to facilitate the safe rescue of the victims.
The Edo State Command is also issuing a warning to all kidnappers out there that Edo State is not a safe haven for you. So it is either you repent or you stand, the long arm of the law will definitely catch up with you.
From Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Isako West Local Government Area of Edo North, McDonald Runoka, ITV News.
Away from that, Senator Monday Okpebholo has performed the official groundbreaking for a 100 megawatts Taihu Industrial Park and 300 metric tons per day liquefied natural gas processing plant in Olugbo, Ipoba-Oka local government area. The project, when completed in 6 months, is expected to provide stable and reliable power supply for domestic energy and industrial development. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has the details.
The groundbreaking of the 100 megawatts Taihu Olugbo power generation plant and the 300 metric tons per day LNG processing plant in Olugbo, Ipoba-Oka local government area, marks a milestone in making Edo a hub for reliable power generation, industrial growth, and sustainable economic development. Governor Okpebholo said the investment aims at ensuring energy security and economic transformation, assuring that the state government has provided the necessary incentives for the investment to thrive, leveraging on the power sector bill recently signed into law.
Power is the backbone of industrialization. With this power plant, we are creating an ecosystem friendly for manufacturing, job creation, and sustainable economic growth in Edo State. To the host community, I urge you to continue to demonstrate hospitality, for which we are known for.
Representative of the Managing Director, Taihu Benin Industrial Park, Jiang Fan, assured that the project beyond infrastructure represents reliable power supply for industries, community, cleaner and efficient energy.
This project is about people. It's about creating jobs during construction and operation, supporting host community development, and generating revenue and the long-term value for Edo State.
Acting Chairman, Ipoba-Oka Local Government Area, Eric Sino Osawaru, and representative of CCETC, Odion Omofonwa, described the development as Edo State's journey towards delivering reliable power.
This project will significantly contribute to the improving energy availability, stimulating industrial activities, and creating new economic opportunities for our people.
Congratulate Your Excellency on this landmark achievement. You're proving that with the right laws and right will, Edo State can power its own destiny.
The phase 1 of the Taihu Benin Industrial Park, which covers an area of 29 hectares, is developed by CCETC with a 6-month completion period. From Olugbo in Ipoba-Oka local government area, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
The Federal High Court in Benin City has adjourned the hearing of the aiding of suicide case of Lillian Omokwali, daughter of the Chief Executive Officer, UI Technical Conglomerate, to 6th of May 2026. Jonah Omorua, who was at the Federal High Court in Benin City, has details.
At the resumed hearing on Monday, the prosecuting counsel Polycarp Odion applied for another date for hearing since the time given to the defendant Jessica Igodala to appear in court is still counting. He said the next hearing date will enable him apply for the Administration of Criminal Justice Act if the defendant refuses to appear before the expiration of the 30-day summon. In their separate remarks after the presiding judge, Justice B.O. Kadri, adjourned the case to May 6, 2026, counsel to the nominal complainant, Douglas Ubonkwa, and counsel to the defendant, Dele Igbenedion, were optimistic of victory at the end of the case.
The next step, we'll have to follow Section 80 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. That will be the attachment of the property of the defendant as an absconding defendant. That's what the law says. Properties known or traceable to her will be attached and will be at the disposal of the court pending the hearing and determination of the matter.
We are waiting for them to call their witnesses. I am waiting to see witnesses.
Hearing continues. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
In more news, Edo State Police Command has commenced physical and credential screening exercise for candidates participating in the ongoing recruitment of 50,000 constables into the force nationwide. The exercise, which took place at the Ogida Police Training School in Benin City, was monitored by senior officials, including the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the mobile force, Jumbo Ekata, and the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the Police Service Commission, Joe Akuku, to ensure a transparent and credible process. Jolade Oju has the details.
The physical and credential screening of 50,000 Nigerians seeking recruitment into the Nigerian police force as constables has commenced simultaneously across the 36 states of the Federation. In Edo State, the exercise is being conducted in Benin City, where a large number of applicants turned out at the Ogida Police Training School, which serves as a venue for the screening exercise. In his remarks, the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the Police Service Commission, Joel Akuku, alongside the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the mobile force, NPF, John Paul Echata, said applicants who are experiencing challenges accessing their invitation letters will not be excluded from the process as long as their submission slips bear the word qualified. They also expressed appreciation to the Edo State government and the Commissioner of Police for the support provided towards the successful conduct of the exercise.
Edo State has a total number of applicants of about 4,322, and we are going to be here for the next 6 weeks on a daily basis to ensure that our people are duly captured and enrolled properly into the Nigerian police force.
The Service Commission have seen the hitch. We want to thank the Edo State government and the Command CP equally for all the necessary assistance they've rendered in making this assignment a seamless one.
Meanwhile, Edo State Police Public Relations Officer ASP Enoy Koedem advised candidates who are unable to locate their invitation letters to forward their submission slips to the email address provided for necessary action.
We have the recruits all here ready, and the screening has commenced, like I said. Our officials are on ground doing their due diligence.
She reiterated that the recruitment exercise is completely free of charge and will continue till April 18, 2026. From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Now, an unusual situation has been reported on Chris Mary Street off Texel Mill Road in Benin City, Edo State, where tenants are crying out after the roof of their apartment was allegedly removed by a new landlord. The tenants say the action followed their inability to vacate the building after being issued a 1-month quit notice, leaving their property exposed to heavy rainfall, which caused significant damage. Efo Sanwangwe has more.
What began as a landlord-tenant disagreement reportedly escalated when the roof of the building was removed after the expiration of a 1-month quick notice allegedly issued to the occupants. Some of the affected tenants, Florence Gabriel and Omo Isibo, who narrated their ordeal, said the problem started when a man identified as Mr. Abu informed them that he had purchased the property. According to them, the new owner initially held a meeting with the tenants and promised that the house would be renovated. However, they claimed he later reversed the decision and instructed them to vacate the premises within 1 month. The tenants further alleged that after the expiration of the notice, the roof of the building was removed in an attempt to force them out of the house.
Give us quick notice to 1 month. Now everybody they find houses. For play, they said 1 million, 800, 900. 700 and me no fear, but I find one way cheap. I find house. Now my son come and say, "Mommy, they don't come. Oh, say they don't pack your chair. Come outside. Oh, say they eat before. Now I don't cook my lock door. When I didn't come, I miss my chair there outside. He said he go deal with us. He carry cutlass for him to walk around the door. I said they come out this day. That's why they bust the ceiling. So look now we go station. If you don't let us make a statement before I come out now, I miss they fall. All my load, he wet up everything. I don't get papa, I don't get my mother. They only me, they only one pick. I mean they take care. All my property don't waste. Now I know I take back my property for me. All my television, all my phone.
As we say, we go meeting now. We dey wait for her to hold the meeting. You know, wait for the meeting. Go ask the agent where they junction. They first day. If you see this one, it's all don't enter there. There's no vacancy.
Efforts to reach Mr. Abu for comments were unsuccessful. A call placed to his wife's phone was connected, but the line went dead when the issue was raised. However, a source familiar with the matter claimed the new landlord had repeatedly warned the tenants to vacate the property, but they failed to comply. The affected tenants are now calling on relevant authorities to intervene in the situation. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Igwain community of Upper Silica Road in Benin City came alive with celebration as Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites was officially opened along Odion Street on Saturday. Ehis Uhunamuri reports that the colorful ceremony drew friends, members, and family members, community leaders, and well-wishers to witness the launch of the new hospitality facility. The report is presented by Joy Obaisiagbon.
The Chief Executive Officer of Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites, a prophet of God, Nosa Orui, was welcomed into the venue with lively dance performances by well-wishers, creating an atmosphere of excitement as guests celebrate the milestone. Prophet Nosa Orui said the vision behind the project is to create a serene environment where people can relax, lodge, and socialize, while also contributing to economic growth and employment opportunities within the community.
God told me to plan this hotel in this place so that people will know God is using prophets to establish. What God did here, less than 7 months, this place was planted.
I'm very happy now. I'm rejoiced. I'm thanking what the Lord has done in my life and in the life of my husband.
Residents and guests at the event commended the initiative, noting that such investment will not only promote hospitality services, but also create employment opportunities for youth in the area.
This is first of its kind in the whole of Celestial Fold. Most times Celestials don't really know how to invest. That's not the truth. They don't understand that it's not all about church. No, it's about putting something worthy on ground that could be of immense benefit to everybody.
Come here, come and follow our celebrator. It will help many people for the streets, for everywhere.
Grace Exquisite Lounge and Suites features a modern lounge, a standard swimming pool for relaxation, and over 20 well-furnished rooms designed to provide comfortable accommodation for visitors and residents seeking quality hospitality services. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
In another report, the consultation process by Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa with APC chieftains at the local government areas was rounded off in Esan Central Local Government Area on Sunday, where he met with leaders and executives of the APC in Irua to declare his intention to contest for House of Representatives seats in the 2027 general elections. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omiji reports that members of the APC across the local government area gathered in their numbers to welcome Honorable Ehizwa.
Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa and his campaign team arrived at Igweben, where he met with APC leaders and executives who patiently waited to receive him at the party secretariat. Honorable Matthias Ehizwa, while consulting with the leadership of the party, assured them of his passion for the development of Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency, if nominated and elected.
I want to thank you all for welcoming me and to let you know officially that I'm an aspirant for the office of House of Rep in Abuja. Thank you.
Receiving the aspirant and his supporters, APC chairman in Igweben local government, Honorable Chris Eni, assured him of their support, while prayers were offered by Chief Hansen Ekme for the success of his political aspiration.
By the grace of God, we are not just here for our sake. We listen to the voice of the leaders and from the party. I'm not here alone. I also discuss with our people. So on that ground, you are very welcome.
So Igweben people are going to be supporting me. That is how optimistic I am. And we have Igweben by our side. We also have Ekpoma because I'm also from Ekpoma. So Esan West is also on my side as well. And the same thing with Irua, Esan Central, they're also on my side. My wife is also from there. So I'm very proud of this opportunity. That's why we are running with the slogan, Esan Trinity is here. So I'm very confident that I'm a developer. And I'm going to develop Igweben and also other local governments within the Esan Central, Igweben, and the Esan West. That's why I'm very confident today.
Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa is aspiring for the position of Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency seat. The declaration by Honorable Matthias Ehizwa continues in Esan Central local government. From APC Secretariat in Igweben, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Now, the heir apparent and Oba-elect of Agbede, Avili Clown, in Isako West local government area, Edo North, Prince Abdulateef Mohammed Sanu Momodu has again appealed to Edo State government and relevant authorities to address the kingship stool tussle in order to avert crisis. Edo North Bureau Chief MacDonald Irunoka reports that Prince Abdulateef Momodu made the appeal while fielding questions over imminent violent crisis that could erupt over the lingering kingship tussle.
Prince Abdulateef Mohammed Sani Momodu, the heir apparent and Oba-elect of Agbede, made reference to his compliance with the process of enthroning a new Oba since the death of his father, His Royal Highness Alhaji Musa Sani Momodu, in 2018 to date. He displayed court documents and statements issued by Edo State Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs on the matter, and how the process of electing a new Oba should be conducted prior to government approval.
And this is a letter which the Commissioner for Local Government Chieftaincy Affairs stopped the turbaning, because let me read briefly. It said, suspension of turbaning ceremony of the Oba of Agbede. I wish to refer to the above subject and to inform you that following the security report at the disposal of the ministry, the turbaning of the Oba of Agbede and other related chieftaincy activities in Agbede be put on hold forthwith, pending the provisional clearance from the appropriate quarters.
Prince Abdulateef Momodu clarified that it is his right to be installed as the rightful candidate for the throne and not his younger brother, Prince Shayahu Momodu, who has been parading himself as the Oba of Agbede and the paramount ruler of Aviele clan in defiance of government directive and the restraining court order issued on the 10th of February 2026.
The court granted me an injunction restraining my brother and his people, the same for parading himself as Oba. But to my surprise and disappointment, he is flouting the law, because he's still going to the palace and carrying out the activities of the Oba, which the court has stopped. It's automatically what he's doing is that it's conduct of. I'm waiting for the court to do the needful on this issue, since there's an existing court injunction against him.
Prince Abdulateef Momodu is the eldest son of the late Oba of Agbede, Alhaji Musa Sani Momodu, of the Ategbeda royal family. From Agbede, in Isako West local government area of Edo North, MacDonald Irunoka, ITV News.
Now here's where we draw the curtain on the AM News on Independence Television. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best.